Hello! Hello, hello! How you all doing today? We are Bunny! For the moment! And not for Lona! Because I'm doing an experiment to see if this is a good way to show off side quests or not. Not that there's a lot of them. Well, I mean, okay, no. This game has a bajillion side quests, but the ones I decided to show off are either, blue quests, like, you know, they have a little, like, plus sign and they have, a blue background. Or, if they are a gold quest, they have a little, like, picture on their quest accept screen. And hopefully that gives us a good selection, but who freaking knows? Certainly not I. It's been like a year and a half since I've done most of these. But yeah, clipped wings. And so this is one of the quests you have to do if you want to get all the Aether Currents so that you can unlock flight. Because I bought a story skip on Bunny, I already have flight in this area, even though I technically don't have all the Aether Currents. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Excuse me, Bunny, but a moment of your time, if I may. I recently received a special request for assistance with zoological research, but I'm at a loss as to how to fulfill it. Are you familiar with gallicats? They bear a striking resemblance to kittens, but with wings. An acquaintance of mine is writing an article on their physiology and requires a sample of their wings for her work. Their sweet appearance belies a rather nasty temperament, and if it were simply a matter of slaying them, I would handle it myself. The problem is, however, that taking a proper sample requires a delicate touch. A certain finesse that is beyond the capabilities of my men and myself. Because they are so fragile, you may not obtain a proper sample from the first you fell. But I have no doubt that a woman of your talents can procure a wing of immaculate quality. I realize that this is a rather personal request and would be forever in your debt. Okay, so I don't... Okay. Because there are some types of side quests that are like, hey, weaken an enemy to low health and then use an item on it. And with Bunny being level fucking 92 and these guys being level 50, those quests are actually weirdly really hard. But if it's just kill until I get it, that's whatever. Come on. There you go. But yeah, you have your, you know, traditional just kill a bunch of enemies until you get things, quests that I imagine most MMOs have. Most RPGs have, even. Affairs or search. I realize obtaining an undamaged Gallicat wing is no easy feat. I got it, though. My, what an extraordinary find. I am pleased to see your persistence has paid off. With this, she can resume her work on Cloudkin. How forgetful of me not to mention it sooner. This sample is meant for, a Talon, the renowned naturalist. She's hard at work on a new article, for the new Eorzean Geographic and requested a sample be delivered with utmost haste. You can be sure that she will hear it, was the incomparable Bunny Varus who made possible her latest work on Cloudkin. Okay, so I guess this early on, the Aether Current quests aren't also chains. And later expansions, they usually are as well. Have little storylines as opposed to being one-off. But yeah, this guy, for example, has a little picture in his quest accept, so I saved it because I'm like, this probably means it's a quest chain. Bargaining ship. Gildan seeks an adventure of exceptional renown. Wow, it even gets a side or like cutscene. Look at that. I say, are you not the ward of House Fortompt I've heard so much about? Perfect. I have needed an adventure of such repute. You see, Camp Cloudtop is a post for those who have, let us say, served beyond their usefulness. We do what we can to make the best of it, but I know the others are disheartened, and they take no pride in their duties. Though this place has robbed them of their vigor, they are yet proud men of the House Hallionart, and I refuse to let their spirits sour and their blades grow dull. How to do this has become my foremost concern. Then it dawned upon me, we must improve the quality of food. Think about it, what morale can you expect of troops denied a hearty breakfast, lunch, and dinner? Surely, better meals would go a long way in rekindling their spirits. But Frabelet, our camp's quartermaster, would never hear of it. At least, not from me. But if he were to hear it from you, an adventurer with your background, he would have to at least take into consideration. I beg you, please speak some sense into him for the camp. And where is this man? Oh, he's way the hell back over here. Okay. I'm teleporting and I'm lazy. I guess I can also grab the porter. There we go. You want what for this camp? Heartier meals? Don't tell me Gildan sent you, didn't he? It is no small feat having supplies shipped here, you know. Even the wealthiest nobles would be hard-pressed to afford constant deliveries of fresh foods to a place such as this. It simply cannot be done. If he is so dissatisfied with our provisions, he should forage and cook for himself. A number of our men are already doing just that. He was always one to overindulge in his eating, and I fear hunger is clouding his judgment. But he's mistaken if he thinks I can freely request shipments of goods as I please. Might I ask a favor of you? Cloudtop is known for a nutritious, and surprisingly filling, variety of mushroom. I'd like you to find one and give it to Gildan for me. Perhaps then he'll find a way to sate his appetite on his own and leave me be. Okay. Time to go foraging. Somewhere. Way over there. But God, I did all these side quests the first time without flight because I would do them as they unlocked in the story. Nightmare. Nightmare, especially in this zone. Where not even the map can save you. Or at least it can't save me. Like, this area is really pretty, especially when, like, the weather's, like, mostly clear. But dear God, navigating it. I was talking about this last time. I hate it. I hate it so much. This is my least favorite area in the game. So, how did you fare? Do you think Frabelet has come around to see things our way? Nope, but I have a mushroom. A mushroom found growing in Cloudtop, the Ishgardian knight who first discovered the queerly shaped fungus, hence had the privilege of naming the new species, claims he had a slightly more clever name in mind, but forgot it. My, what a delectable-looking mushroom you have there. So round and so plump. Well, I appreciate the offering. Why did you bring this to me? What a Frabelet. Frabelet, whatever the hell. French. Help. He said what? How absurd to think I would make such a request for selfish gains. The future of Camp Cloudtop is not to be taken lightly. That's not to say that I'm not hungry, mind you. I guess I cannot depend on him to make change after all. I'll have to think of something else. Maybe sauteed mushrooms or mushroom soup? What? Oh, I'm merely thinking of, meals for the men. Yes, of course. Yeah, bud? Dragons in the mist. Gildan requires aid that may embolden his comrades. If I cannot improve morale through food, then I'll have to take more drastic measures. Yes, some heroic feat to rally the men and enliven their spirits. As they say, it is the idle man who is the miserable man. And for a man of Ishgard, what could be more heroic than slaying a dragon? They say Camp Cloudtop is devoid of dragons, making it perfect for men of our lowly standing, but surely at least one dragon has found its way to this region, no? I cannot leave my post just yet, so I must ask that you take up the search until I am able. First, I suggest speaking with the men around camp for a lead. When you track one down, report back to me. I shall gather them in and head out and slay the foul beast. And what if there is none? Like, imagine doing this on foot. Having to go all the way back here to accept the quest, then go all the way over here, then come all the way back. You're looking for dragons? They wouldn't have assigned us here if they suspected such danger. We have the Vanu to contend with from time to time, but even we can handle the likes of them. Yeah, but now that I think about it, recently we have been fighting what looks like the scraps of something feeding on local wildlife, but surely it was not the work of a dragon, right? Sheep! Look at the sheep! Babies! Look at their little faces. You will look at the sheep. Sheep can't survive in the Sea of Clouds, they said. Well, I'll show them. These here sheep will be the pride of Cloudtop. You wait and see. And then this kid's like chasing one. That sheep's having a feast. Dragons here in Camp Cloudtop? I'm afraid you may be wasting your time. What business would dragons have here? Okay, where's this last person? You. When working to repair the Protector, I cannot help but feel that something is watching us. Whoever or whatever it is, I wonder why they would concern themselves with a broken airship. So there is something around. But whether it is a dragon, who to say? Hello, how are you doing? Still no change. The field is calm like a... Oh, hello, you're bad. And now you're dead. Well. Yeah, owl friend, except not. Because they may be tempered by a primal and therefore just aggressive on sight. With tempered basically meaning that they've been brainwashed. How goes the search? Any word of dragons in Cloudtop? No, but I killed a Vanu. No dragons, only Vanu? Well, I expected as much. To be sure, but I'm no less disappointed for it. What could they be watching? There's not here of interest save for the Protector, and even that is still in sore need of repairs. Do they perceive it to be a threat? At any rate, there was little glory won from a scuffle with Vanu, but mark my words, I will find a way to rekindle the fire in our men's hearts. This doesn't matter. Unclear motives. Gildon seeks help to learn more of the Vanu's plans. Your timing is perfect as always. I was thinking of your recent encounter with the Vanu when I recalled reports of from our men who patrolled that area. They often catch Vanu on higher ground in places that offer commanding views of the surrounding area. It is believed that they are conducting routine surveillance, but to what end, we know not. But I mean to find out, and I would have you assist me. Pray, return to where you first sighted the Vanu and search for clues. Whatever they are scheming, we must know of it. back we go. But yeah, like, a bunch of the creatures in this area are very good. Like, there's the, Paisa. Whatever the hell these things are. They've seen some shit, but I love them. And then there were the Gallicats earlier, which are basically just literally flying cats. Waiting is boring, like watching moss grow on rocks, but I must... What? Netherlings return to interfere again? Goodbye. Nod bone. My bone now. It belongs to me. Your bones are now mine. Give them. Hello, I am back yet again. Good to see you return safely. So tell me, what did you discover of the Vanu's plotting? The bite marks on this beastkin bone are arranged in a curious pattern that seems almost unnatural. Oh my, what do we have here? There seems to be a pattern of some sort etched into this bone, though it doesn't appear to be any manner of lettering. Perhaps they use bones like this to keep record of what they were observing atop from the cliffs. This could be the opportunity I've been looking for. The kindling to ignite the fire in the hearts of my men. We must delve further and get to the bottom of this. Yo, give me some pancakes. Featherbrain schemes. Gildan is at a complete loss. 3 sets of 14 lines, 2 crossed out entirely, and the third halfway. It's no use. I still haven't the foggiest what the markings on this bone could mean. Would you show it to the others? Perhaps they will know what to make of it. Seems like they're counting something. Can I assist you with something? What an odd pattern. I've never seen its like. If it holds any meaning, I couldn't tell you. My apologies. Lanayet, do you know anything? Bunny, how good to see you. What can I do for you? Bone? It seems to me that the scouts were counting something. The question is, what? Well, okay, cool. That's about what I gathered as well. You, sir. I have no time for idle chatter. But do you have time for Bone? This isn't another of Gildan's errands, is it? I haven't the time wasting entertaining his requests. The shipment of provisions should be arriving any moment. Provisions, you say? Interesting. Oh, there you are. Did you learn anything of value? Not really, other than they are most likely counting something, and there are provisions on the way. A shipment of provisions? Truly? Oh, how I've longed for a reprieve from salted meats. Didn't mean to get carried away. It's just that I often find myself counting the days until... By the fury, that's it! The shipment is their target! The Vanus carts must have been spying on our shipments, and they know they come once a fortnight. But they couldn't care less about the foodstuffs. They mean to seize the crystals and offer them up to the white whale. Go tell Frabelet what we discovered. I will speak with Lady Laniette. And fucking back we go. Sir. What now? Hey, your shipments might be under attack. Especially the crystals. The Vanu mean to steal our crystals. I can't imagine how they intend to accomplish that. If you truly believe there is merit to Gideon's claims, then by all means, go to the Protector. The provisions are being unloaded as we speak. Yeah, about that. There were immediately guys. All the provisions appear to be accounted for. Praise Alone. Praying for Frabelet is that all is well. Hey, I had to kill a bunch of Vanu. Well, it would seem the threat was indeed legitimate. Time and again, you have risked your life to protect our camp, and for that, you have my sincerest thanks. Yes, you were right. 'Twas Gildan who uncovered the Vanu's plot. Perhaps a man of your intelligence could better serve House Helionart elsewhere. Should it be your desire, I could arrange for a transfer. Well, to think that I might one day salute you. I am honored, Lady Laniette. I am. But with all due respect, I would rather remain in Camp Cloudtop. All I have ever wanted, is to rekindle our men's spirits, to see them walk with their heads held high once more. Were I to leave, that dream might never become reality. But if I may, I do have one small request. After all this writing about has left me, quite famished. Might we partake of the recovered provisions? A celebratory meal? Or celebratory snack, perhaps? Even now, all you can think of is your stomach. A snack, and perhaps a few casks of wine besides. That much we can afford to spare, no? Aye, the men could do with a bit of meat and mead. Make sure they know that Gildan is to thank for it. Thank you, Lady Laniette! Thank you! These don't matter. That one. And there we go. That's the side quests here, because there's some up there, but shh. We can't do those yet. And we now do the side quests over here, and then we can continue with the main story. Did you really have a picture? I guess you did. Stolen goods? Orion is lost in thought. I look worried, you say? Nothing of the sort. I was simply thinking about something. The rebuilding of Falcon's Nest, in fact. The damage from the calamity, the freezing winds it brought with it, was tremendous. Even the rats fled, driven out by the cold. With the imposter, Guillaume dealt with, we can move forward with the rebuilding of the fortifications. I'm truly delighted and proud to be a part of it, but it's no simple task. The heretics' various supporters are still obviously a major concern, and the high houses still have their squabbles and their disputes with the citizenry. Frankly, there's no end to the difficulties we face. Just yesterday, some valuable supplies went missing, stolen from within this very fortress, right beneath our noses. We've no leads, and we don't have the resources to scour the highlands looking for these supplies. But if you happen to see a group of suspicious-looking fellows carrying a large crate with them, it may well be your stolen goods. Please recover them for us. All right, fine. And what about you while I'm also over here? Bridge over frozen water. Ingarit is muttering something about bridge repairs. Do you have a moment to talk? A short while ago, one of the workers from House Zamail asked me to go and deal with some Mylodons that have been causing trouble. The Black Iron Bridge barely survived the calamity. It's in desperate need of repairs, but the upland Mylodons roam far too close to it. The craftsmen can't work safely. Someone needs to kill them. The Mylodons, that is, not the craftsmen. I'd asked the Dragoons to do it, but they're so busy it'd be weeks before they found the time. I'd do it myself, but there's so many of the beasts that I fear I'd be swarmed and outnumbered. You're a capable woman. Would you be so kind as to thin them out somewhat? If you were to kill, say, 3 of them, I think I'd be able to finish off the rest myself. I mean, there's like 15 of them, but sure. Please? Thank you. Why are the Mylodons so far away? Okay, here we go. That's a 1. Nope, that's part of a fate. Never mind. That... Okay, no, it did not spawn. I just didn't see it. My bad. There's that. And there we go. But yeah, I'm mostly doing this just to provide a little extra bit of world building, because I am realizing that if you just do the main story, you kind of like blast through everything at Mach speed. And also to give you guys an excuse to look at Bunny again. You've already killed 3 of them? Thank you ever so much. You're not injured, are you? Here, please take this. It's your cut of the fee for the work. Incidentally, did you happen to see the farm on the far side of the bridge? Those Mylodons have made it difficult to access that area, and the bridge has been left to fall apart. After we repair the bridge, one day we might be able to rebuild that farm. Have you found the stolen supplies? I sure have. Foodstuffs, medicines, and tools intended for use in Falcon's Nest. Yes, this is the very crate that was stolen. This looks very much like the heretic's handiwork. But there's something in here that shouldn't be. A feather ornament? Whatever could it mean? It looks like a type of ornament that was popular in Falcon's Nest before the calamity. This sort of thing is of no use to us here. A mere decorative trinket. but there's someone who might be interested in it. There's a humorless old man named Sigan who collects antiques from the small mountain village that used to be here at Falcon's Nest. I'm sure he'd love to take a look at something like this. Do you think you can do me a favor and take it to him? Where is this man? There you are. Why are you over in the corner, bud? Did you want something? A simple pendant crafted from a thin leather strap and a single white Highland falcon feather. I used to see these all the time before the calamity. Back before the Falcon's Nest ended up looking like this. This brings back some memories. You see, it was left with the supplies stolen by the heretics. Well, thank you in any case. Memories in the snow. Sigan is reminiscing about the past. That feather you gave me. I had not seen one of those in a long, long time. It brought back memories. The village here grew years ago, around the barracks housing the Ishgardian scouting forces. It may have been a small village, but it had a long and rich history. Being so close to the Devranian border, it had its fair share of legend and wisdom passed down from generation to generation. But after the calamity and the freezing winds it brought, the whole village was lost to ice. Thanks to House Zemail, the fortress reconstruction is progressing rapidly. But the village, and all the belongings left behind in the calamity's aftermath, still lies deep beneath the snow. I'd wager that feather ornament you found was previously dug up around here. I seek out and collect relics from before the calamity. Everyone is so focused on rebuilding, nobody seems to care one jolt for the past. I suppose I ought to get back out there and sift through these snowdrifts. If you find anything out there yourself, let me know. Oh boy, recover artifacts. And that's a big search circle. Alright, well here's something. There's another. Hey, be gone. I'm looking for goodies. It is fun being so much higher level and being able to just one-shot things. Just like you thought you stood a chance. No, you don't. You actually found something. A farming instrument used in the 6th Astral Era by residents of Falcon's Nest. Maybe you really know how I feel. Maybe you're just helping out an old man out of pity. Whichever it is, I still owe you my thanks. I've never been happier than when they first started talking about rebuilding Falcon's Nest. I thought I'd finally have the old village back. Of course, the Holy See wasn't interested in the village at all. They just wanted their fortress. Now it's bigger and grander than ever before. The Falcon's Nest I knew, that small village I grew up in, it's been lying underneath all this snow ever since the calamity. All the villagers who could never return home, they've all had to move to the capital. It's for them that I'm still digging through all this snow, trying to recover that lost history. Well, don't you go dying now. I don't like that you just went off into the snow by yourself. Mystery illness. Redwald is looking for someone to carry out an investigation. Greetings, Mistress Virus. Thank you again for your earlier help. As it happens, I was hoping to enlist your aid once more. Several of the garrison here have suddenly fallen ill, and with no obvious cause. If it is but a simple cold, then so be it, but I have a feeling there's something more sinister going on. Hey, Splinter, welcome, welcome. I'm doing side quests for world building and for you guys to get to see Buddy again. I want to mount an investigation, but I simply do not have the men. If you could gather information from the troops manning the fort, it would be of a tremendous assistance. Yeah, the bunny. But yeah, how's it going? It's been a bit. A mysterious illness. Well, my comrade in arms was complaining of stomach pains after dinner last night, but I merely assumed the meal disagreed with him. You're looking into the soldiers that fell sick late. As it happens, my brother has been stuck in bed since last night. It's a pity. It was the first time in months that we've been able to share a meal together. So it looks like it may be food poisoning, is it? Are you in here? Yeah, there you are. You're hiding from me. Work is rough, but doing okay. Aw. Hopefully it calms down and gets better. You want to know about that sickness that's been going around lately? Well, my colleague's been bedridden since dinner last night, and he won't stop moaning about it. I'll admit the soup was pretty flavorless, but he could stand to be a little less dramatic about it. So, one of the meals was possibly poisoned or gone bad. What news have you of this mysterious illness, Mr. Sviras? Dinner. I see. So each person that fell sick did so after eating dinner. Every meal served here at Falcon's Nest is prepared, or at least overseen, by Norturtle, the head chef. I find it hard to believe he would let something this severe go undetected, but we cannot ignore the facts. Pray ask Norturtle what he has to say about this. Find out whatever you can. We must determine what is behind this. Hey, what do you have to say for yourself? Yes? Do you want something? Why have people fallen ill after eating your food? Just, what are you trying to imply? I take my work very seriously, and I certainly wouldn't do anything to breach the trust of the troops I'm responsible for feeding. I'll admit some folk don't care for my traditional Kurthan cooking, but the ingredients are of the highest quality. I check them every morning. The only thing I can vouch for is the wine. I don't drink. Never touch the stuff. Perhaps the wine is the problem. I'll need to check the bottles to be sure, but I've already returned them to the Solter. Quickly go and get them back before he leaves, and he should still be at the airship landing. You! Wine! Give it back! Looking for wine bottles? The ones from last night will be around here somewhere. Any older than that, and they'll have already been collected. I found them! Do you have the bottles? Enough wine was stored in this box to render a whole company of knights merry, or a single knight blind. Marvelous. Let's see if it smells out of the ordinary. Something is definitely amiss. Only a trained nose, like that of an expert chef, would be able to pick it out, but this wine has been tampered with. I suggest you take this bottle to Redwald. I'm all but certain that last night's wine is behind the sick soldiers. Ah, you've returned. Was Norturtle able to shed any light on the situation? Strange smelling bottle. One whiff is all that is needed to realize that something is slightly off kilter with this bottle's contents. What? He thinks the wine caused the sickness? Seven hells, it must have been poisoned! You have my thanks, Mr. Spiritas. Now that we know the cause of this illness, there's only one thing left to do. Bad wine. Redwald wants to make the next move in his investigation. We may have confirmed that the poison was causing the illness that struck the fort, but there's still one thing left to do. Find those responsible for this irreprehensible crime and bring them to justice. Ariana's in charge of logistics here. I suspect that if you show her this bottle, she should be able to tell you where it came from. Hello there, is there something I can help you with? What do you know about the wine? What? The wine that was in this bottle was the cause of the sickness plaguing the fortress? Our records should show where this came from and who handled it and... wait! The crate of supplies that you recovered from me previously, the one that had been stolen by heretics, it was full of wine. I'm almost certain that this bottle was in that crate. I wager those heretics poisoned the wine and counting on us recovering it. As a matter of fact, I've been looking into the case lately. It seems that the culprits had accomplices, and they've been seen several times at Camp Riversmeet lately. I wouldn't be surprised if they're still looking for another opportunity to poison us. See if you can't press them for any information. Report to Redwald with anything you were able to find out. And away we go! Damn. Why am I always so sleepy, I say, as I only get like 5 to 6 hours of sleep. You. Hello. So you found out about the poison and came here looking for answers. Well, give up. That poison is made from dragon venom. There is no antidote. Everyone who drink it will die, and so will you. Yeah, about that. Maybe don't pick fights with somebody 42 levels higher than you. But yeah, for anyone who wasn't here during the first part, which is also kind of weird because I've noticed that my 14 streams, at least when, you know, they're like live, tend to be fairly like slow, which is fine. I know I'm the only one here who plays these games, and chat's often slower in games that, like, you know, we don't all play. But on YouTube, they do better than average, which is really weird. Like, they were doing better than Breath of the Wild was doing, and I'm just like, huh? What do you mean? I thought people loved Breath of the Wild. Why is 14 doing better? Like, in terms of views. I mean, I don't super care about, like, view count, because the YouTube is just there for, like, archival purposes. That is its purpose. But it is just fun to, like, look at the videos and be like, why did this one video do so well? YouTube, explain. Like, I know anything that has the word reaction in its title, YouTube is going to, like, boost, and it does, like, you know, it gets, like, several hundreds. But then also the weird one was Little Nightmares from last Spoopy month. That also got in, like, the hundreds for no fucking reason, and I'm just like, do people just really like Little Nightmares? What the fuck? Why did, like, Little Nightmares do so well? It's a more popular game in general. It's just us that don't play it. I mean, fair. But yeah, it's just, again, I don't care about view count. It's just fun to be able, like, why do these videos do better than these ones? In a, like, completely, like, you know, harmless kind of way. Anyway. Greetings, Mr. Severas. Ariane has already apprised me of the situation. She tells me you might have information regarding the poisonings. Yeah, the heretics did it on purpose. I see, so it was the heretics after all. And poison made from dragon venom. This is very bad indeed. You'll need to find an antidote as quickly as possible. Ancient wisdom. Redwald is eager to continue his investigation. There's a breed of dragon that breathes deadly, poisonous breath. If you were to make a poison by concentrating the toxic component of their breath, it would be almost impossible to formulate an antidote. We have precious little information, Mr. Severas, and thus I had hoped that you might assist us once more. This report describes the symptoms of the poisoned soldiers. Please show it to anyone you think might be of assistance in the formulation of an antidote. I suggest starting with our chef, Nortoro. Funnily enough, it's your Lion King stream that did the best. Well, like, isn't it, like, a weirdly popular game, especially, like, for when it came out? Or at least, famous? Infamous? Whichever way you want to take it. Oh, you're that last from before. Have you caught the people who poisoned that wine yet? Yeah, it was heretics, but also, can you make an antidote? I see. So the poison was most likely made from a concentrated dragon venom? I don't know a great deal about venomous dragons, but I do remember reading about something about poison-breathing dragons in a book of old from before the calamity. Sadly, I can't remember the specifics. Given how old the book was, perhaps you might be able to find out more from someone knowledgeable about the 6th Astral Era. Sigan! Are you back? What do you want? Do you know how to make an antidote? Poison made from concentrated dragon venom? Ah, yes, there was a story passed down through the generations in the old village of Falcon's Nest about dragons that breathe poison. Be ye ware the beast with poison breath, whose claws and breaths bring naught but certain death. The ancient dragon's noxious mist is born from eating the poison of viper's thorn. Thorny viper is a type of toxic brambleweed. This toxin is said to be the source of the dragon's poisonous breath. If we find a creature immune to the thorny viper, we should be able to study this immunity to develop an antidote to the dragon's poison. There's a beast that lives near Gorgon Mills, the Blackblood Zoo. They say it feeds primarily on the thorny viper, and its blood may hold the key to saving the afflicted soldiers. Take these provisions and travel to Gorgon Mills. This is a herb that, when burned, should attract the zoo. When you reach the mill, use this ember and burn the herbs. The scent should draw out the beast out of hiding. Slay it and recover its blood. Okay. Possibly people always said it's so hard, which is only like the last level that is. But maybe you talking out your ass because you play that game so much as a kid and you don't really think it's that hard. And then after that is the Hollow Knight section where you did Pantheon 5. I see. Just thought Hollow Knight in general would have been more popular, but whatevs. Yeah, you would think. But yeah, I don't know which one is the most viewed, but I do know one of the reaction ones is definitely most viewed. It might be that first RGG Summit Direct one I did, which is the one where I believe they revealed infinite wealth. That one might be the best, because I think that one hit like 1,000 views, and I'm just like, what the fuck? What do you mean? Hey, Boops, welcome, welcome. I'm doing side quests so that you guys can get some world building and also see Bunny. Goodbye. Give me your blood. Thank you. And back we go. You know, it'll be faster to just teleport. Sigyn, I have the blood. Have you retrieved the zoo's blood? Zoo living in the far reaches of Eorzea are known to consume a highly toxic variety of brambleweed known as thorny viper. The plant's toxin collects in the cloudkin's blood, making zoo meat almost as deadly as the zoo itself. Yes, this should do nicely. An antidote may well be possible after all. Who's approaching? Mr. Spiros, I spied you down here and hurried down, hoping that you could inform me of the status of investigations. Are we any closer to a cure? Well, if it isn't the commander of the reconstruction program. This young lass here cares about our folklore and culture. She helped recover relics from the buried village of Falcon's Nest. In return, I passed on an ancient legend that was likewise passed down to me from my ancestors. The zoo blood this young lady gathered can be used to create an antidote. Take it to your brightest alchemists and have them formulate the cure. If you move quickly, you can still save those poisoned soldiers. Good grief, to think that these old legends could bear the solution to a problem like this. I shall call for the Holy Sea's best alchemist immediately. Master Sigyn, we have been so focused on moving forward that we have lost sight of where we have come from. To be frank, I thought you were but a fool who could not let go of the past. But in light of these events, I have been forced to reconsider. The culture and traditions of Falcon's Nest hold great value. They are truly priceless. If it pleases, perhaps you might be so kind as to lend us your assistance in an excavation of the village? I can only offer my most sincere apologies for how little we have done to make you feel welcome until now. As you yourself said, Redwald, I can't let go of the past. But I understand that everything you've done to protect the people of Ishgard. I can't help but feel that there are issues more deserving of your resources than an archaeological dig. Very well. How might this suit you then? If you ever happen to pass by the fortress of Falcon's Nest, whenever you might happen to stop by our halls, we shall be sure to have a hot bowl of soup waiting for you. In exchange, I only ask that you pass on the legends and stories of the old village of Falcon's Nest, such that we may learn from your knowledge and wisdom. Does that strike you as a better arrangement? A nice suggestion, I suppose, but I can't stand the taste of your Ishgardian cooking. Your cooks are far too heavy-handed with the salt and spice. If that is your only objection, then you need not worry. Our head chef is a Korthan man. We troops are always complaining about his Korthan-style cooking, that his soup is too thin and bland. I suspect it may suit you perfectly. A Korthan chef, you say? I may enjoy the food after all. It may be true that Falcon's Nest is no longer a small village, but we are still home to the same people. We still have a responsibility to carry this culture and history into the future. Sorry, your work lurking, so you're gonna be kind of in and out? Yeah, no worries, no worries. It's all good. Though the village itself may be lost to time and snow, we have the opportunity to find a new path to lead these people to peace and prosperity. Carving that path is my charge. Come, let me introduce you to our chef. We can enjoy a bowl of thin Korthan soup together. Yeah, bunny. But yeah, I said this at the start, I'll say it again since there are more of you here. There are way more side quests in this game than what I am showing off. My, conditions for showing off the side quest is it either has to be a blue quest, which, you know, have these little plus signs and have a blue background underneath, or if it's a gold quest, it has to have an image on it, because that's going to mean it's a quest chain. Everything else I have already done, even on Bunny. Although, to be perfectly honest, the image quest chain here, I accidentally did the first quest already. Because it wasn't until I completed that first one that I was like, wait, you know what? This has an image. Maybe this quest chain is actually a little bit more important. But all that first one was just look at certain parts of the camp and see if there are any dragons about. Baby steps. Gentilot wants you to experience firsthand what life at the Convictory is like. I remember you. How could I forget? You're the last who was in the Azure Dragoon's company. Since you're here anyway, perhaps you might like to try your hand at a spot of hunting before you depart. See for yourself what life is like for us Convictors. The Dravanian Horde is stronger than you might expect. Unless you've been at it for years, like I have, I think it prudent to start with something simple and work your way up to dragons. I suggest Ruins. Slay 3 of those and then come back here. Consider it a warm-up. How dare you? Protecting what's important. Luce stares out over the snowdrifts, a grim expression upon her face. Want to help out, do you? Well, there's plenty that needs doing and killing besides. I'm sure you've noticed that dragons aren't the only thing we have to contend with out here. Take polar bears, for example. They come here looking for an easy meal, drummed by the smell of our cook fires, and then raid our stores. Think you can thin their numbers a little? Killing 4 or so of them should suffice. You'll be compensated for your troubles, of course. And you, introductory dragon slaying. The maniac is hoping for your assistance in executing a plan. I'm working on my plan to draw out a great, ferocious dragon. A new recruit has just joined the Convictors, and so I'm delegating the execution of the plan to him. The lad shows a lot of potential, but he's sorely lacking in experience. You, though, my friend, have more experience than anyone in the Convictory. I'd be eternally grateful if you could put some of that famous skill to use and lend the young lad a hand. The soldier's name is Centrilmal. Talk to him. He knows all the relevant details, so he can answer any further questions you might have. Oh, this guy. You must be the adventurer Dominiac said would be assisting me. I made it quite clear that I could handle myself, but the man won't listen. I'm ever sorry, madam. Master Centrilmal has been having a bad day. He means no disrespect. We'd be more than happy to benefit from your assistance. We ought to stop by reviewing the plan. Recently, there have been sightings of a particularly unusual, if somewhat diminutive, member of the Dravanian Horde, a Tulahand. It's been observed near the Great Tree to the northeast. If the information you've gathered is correct, we should be able to kill this smaller dragon quite easily and use it as bait to attract a larger one. We shall sally forth to the Great Tree now and find this beast. Once your preparations are in order, rendezvous with us there. We'll be waiting for you. Okay. Alright. 2 and then 3. That's the Ruins. Slain those rooms already, have you? How'd you find them? Did they put up much of a fight? I am 42 levels higher than them. Good work, lass. Clearly the Azure Dragoon doesn't travel with mere amateurs. It sounds like those rooms barely put up enough of a fight to be considered a proper warm-up. You clearly know what you're doing. If you want to try your hand at hunting some dragons, speak with me again sometime. Are you a proper question? F it, why not? Those ruins you saw last time may have been easy hunting, but I assure you, dragons are not. Even veteran convictors can find them to be something of a handful sometimes. If you want to try your hand at it yourself, I suggest you start with some Arconias. They are great feathered scale-kin monsters, and they form part of the Horde's vanguard. You will find the beasts wandering about to the north near Banepool. Slay 3 of them and put them down without mercy. Or find 3 of them and put them down without mercy. Consider it a test of skill. Yeah, okay, bud. Wabam, wabam. Wabam. Oh, we need one more bear. Goodbye. There we go. God, these side quests are gonna make me going everywhere, aren't they? God, the music in this expansion is really pretty. We found the devious little thing, but he's a sight quicker than we anticipated. He's gone and hid himself around here somewhere. He's no doubt waiting for the ideal moment to strike. Like that. Thank you, adventurer. I suppose I owe you an apology for my arrogant tone earlier. I'm still not quite accustomed to life at the Convictory. Huh. These Ravanian thralls are truly piteous things, enslaved by the greater dragons and used as mere tools. Cogs in the Dravanian war machine. Never mind, it's fine. To be forced to fight against your will, I dare say it's no different to the situation I was once in. A tool of the high houses in the Holy See. Okay, never mind, you do see it. Any road, we best get this thing back to camp. You go on ahead and inform Dominiac of our success. Up. And goodbye. Unfortunately, I can't teleport over here because there's no Aetheryte. The only Aetheryte on this map is way down here at Falcon's Nest. How did you find those Arconius? They may not be smart, but they certainly put up a good fight, wouldn't you say? Not really. You make it sound easy, but not all of us have had the opportunity to fight at the side of the Azure Dragoon, to see firsthand how best these mighty beasts may be brought down. Many Ishgardians think we nobles at the Convictory are simply out here out of foppery and whim. They scarce understand the risks we take defending Ishgard from the Horde. But I feel perhaps you understand. If you ever decide you want to join the Convictors, you but need to say the word. Spring into action. John Tillot will not stop moaning about his leg. My leg. That last dragon made quite a mess of it. Had it happened to anyone else, I dare say they would have been made a meal of. Fortunately, I made a sterner stuff and got away with no more than a flesh wound to show for it. I'm keen to get back out there and hunt the bastard down, but I shan't be going anywhere until this leg heals up. Say, do you think you could fetch something for me? The waters of Dragonspit are said to have healing properties. If I had some of that, I'd be on my back on my feet in no time. Take this bottle and fill it with water from that spring, would you? Why did you name it Dragonspit? Well, you're certainly more reliable than any lordling I've ever met. They've only got eyes for dragons, even though I tell them time and again that if no one sees to those bears, they'll be nary a scrap to eat. But do they listen? Huh. I dare say everyone around here could stand to be a little more like you. Well, I said you'd be compensated, and I'm true to my word. I trust you'll consider this fair remuneration for your efforts. I still don't think I said that right, but I don't care. I don't know. Give me the bread. You know what? That's just a normal gold quest chain. I've already been tricked into helping out this guy. I'm gonna not. Back already, I see. I take it you had no difficulty in retrieving the corpse of the Tulehand. If all goes according to plan, the upcoming battles could be increasingly dangerous. But if you're anywhere near as powerful as they say you are, and if you lend us your assistance, I don't think we'll have any trouble. Intermediate dragon slaying. Dominiac wants to enact the next step of his plan. The time has come to enact the steps of my plan. Saint Tremont is already making preparations. He should be above the cliff to the north of the Convictory. Meet up with him there and lend him a hand. Thank you, adventurer. God, having that quest be there, though, is going to be annoying when I'm so used to there not being any quests on the map at all. You're finally here. You might be pleased to know that the information you obtained was indeed correct. Some horrible Dravanian beast, it looked like a Wadjet, came up out of nowhere, grabbed the slain Tulehand's body in its claw, and scuttled off as quickly as it had appeared. There was something of a scuffle as it escaped and it kicked our men about a bit. The creature itself scurried away under the cliff to the northwest of the Convictory. Please chase it down. We'll see to the wounded. Almost walked off the cliff before I was finishing summoning my mount. Not that it would kill. Because if you take fall damage and you're not in combat, you just get sent to like 1 HP, depending on how far you fell. If you fall off a cliff while in combat, however, then it can be fatal. Saint Tremont, I am back. Thank you. I didn't see the fight itself, but having seen you in combat before, I think I have a good idea of how it turned out. We'll collect the body and put it somewhere the Dravanians can see it. But these Dravanians are sure a curious bunch. Whatever are they trying to achieve by gathering the corpses of the weaker thralls? What are they using the bodies for? They say that the smarter animals out there have feelings. Perhaps the Dravanians are simply showing respect for their fallen comrades? Perhaps they can't stand to see their friends' bodies be torn apart by the elements. Perhaps they just want to let them rest in peace. You do have some peculiar ideas sometimes. You really think that these monsters have feelings? That they respect each other? No, they're no different to us. The strong use the weak as tools. There's not a shred of respect to be seen. Your entire hypothesis is... I'm sorry, I'm ranted. We'll head out and collect the dead Wadjet. You report back to Dominiac and let him know that things are proceeding according to plan. All according to Keikaku. Ah, back already? Did the information you gathered turn out to be accurate? Were you able to attract the larger dragon? Good, good. It seems the next step in my plan has unfolded quite nicely. If things continue like this, we should be able to bag quite an impressive catch before long. Advanced dragon slaying. The maniac wants help with the next step of his plan. We're just about to carry out the next step of my plan. San Tramo has finished his preparation, so we should be waiting you out on the cliff to the north. If it goes well, we'll attract an even larger beast than before, so be on your guard. You have the spring water? I need to get back out there. I'm sick of seeing those dragons trot about without a care in the realm. Water from the hot springs that dragons spit is believed to harbor healing powers, beneficial when applied externally or taken internally. Good, good, and not a moment too soon. I fear those dragons are starting to forget the taste of Ishgardian steel. After a few applications of this, I'll be ready to get back out there and give them a sharp reminder. They say this stuff is better than any potion. It's just as well, given how meager our supplies have been getting lately. I don't know why they named the spring dragon spit when they hate the dragons, but here we are. I don't get it either, man. I mean, I guess the dragons are, like, very dense with ether, which is basically the magic of this world. But again, these guys hate the dragons. Why would you still name something after them? Did you see that Ivis is now? It snatched up the Wadget's corpse and made it its escape. Our men are chasing the thing down as we speak. The bait was set under the cliff northwest of the Convictory. We should head there first, then follow the trail from there. Be on your guard. Ivies are known for their cunning. I'm on the case. Let's name this highly beneficial and healing place Spit, because that's super appealing. Yeah. I don't know, man. They're weird. It seems the Avis has flown to the northwest into Dragon Spit. We'll block the exits and corner it. You get in there and help finish it off. And I'm going back, I guess. You'll be fine. That thing will not be. I guess I'll just leave you there. I did it. So, did you slay it? Sure did. Marvelous, good work. Very good indeed. But, did you notice anything about the Avis? It's that I got to thinking while you were slaying it. Is it true what they say? Did it speak? They say that the Avis are what become of men, heretics who drink dragon blood. But what could make a man... Master Centramo? Yes, good work, Bunny. We'll collect the body of the beast. You should return the dumb maniac and report our success. I do wish this place had more aetherites for teleporting. But other than that, I, for whatever reason, don't actually find this place as annoying as the Sea of Clouds. Even though the Sea of Clouds has 2 teleport points. Back already. Things are proceeding swimmingly, it seems. But you look somehow troubled. What happened? I suppose it's not surprising he might say something like that. Saint Tremont was born into nobility. He knows all too well the pain of losing honor and status. But that's all in the past now. I only hope that this experience might steel his resolve. Expert dragon slaying. Good to see you. The corpse of the Avis you slew is being put to position right now to attract a great dragon for us to slay. However, I'm concerned about Saint Tremont. He seems even more morose than his normal grim self. I want to help him, but perhaps because I'm his commanding officer, he really doesn't want to talk to me about it. Do you think you might be able to talk to him for me? The two of you have been through quite a few battles together now. He might be more inclined to share his troubles with you. He's to the north of the camp. Preparations for the next step of the plan should be all finished by now, so he'll just be waiting for you there. Well met, my friend. As you can see, the Ivis's body has been laid out in plain sight, but none of the Horde have shown any interest in the thing. Me? Something I want to talk about? No, not really. Although spending all day keeping vigil over Giovannian corpses leads to one thinking about these creatures more than one might expect. All things considered, this Ivis was quite a high-ranking creature of the Horde. I've no doubt that whatever comes to collect this body will be quite a mighty dragon indeed. They're wise and intelligent creatures, and they won't be tricked easily. I've taken a great deal of care with the preparations, but still no dragon comes. Do you think you might take a look at the Avis for me? Make sure there's nothing out of the ordinary, something I might have missed? And I don't, oh, no? I guess that's the other player. Dragon what? Dragon spit! You know. Nothing out of the ordinary. Well, if it looks good to you, then I'm satisfied. It must just be a matter of time. If it's all the same to you, would you mind waiting for us for the dragon to show itself? Okay. Hey, there it is. And goodbye. A wyvern. I'd only ever heard stories about him. An ancient creature that once soared effortlessly throughout the clouds. Most go their whole lives without ever seeing one of these legendary beasts. I should take a minute to check its body before we take it back to camp. You go back into the convictory and report to Domeniac. We'll handle getting the dragon's body back to camp. Boom, boom, do do do. That certainly took longer than expected. Did the plan work? Tell me everything that happened. It did. It just took a bit. A wyvern! You slew a wyvern! I have no words to express my gratitude. Thank you for your help. Saint Tremont should be back by now. Could you do me one more favor and make sure he made it here safely? You reported to Domeniac already? We got back just moments ago. We were just to start examining the beast. Would you be so kind as to lend a hand? You may as well start with the leg. It's as good a place as any. You find a Tulihan scale and a Wadjet scale in the wyvern's claws. You finished already? Did you find anything interesting? Yeah? It's holding onto the scales of its friends? Family? A scale from the Tulihan and one from the Wadjet? Both in the claws of a wyvern. This mighty creature carried their bodies and kept the mementos in memory of its fallen comrades? These creatures know each other, recognize each other, mourn for each other? That even Dravanians should show such concern for each other. I grew up depending on my status and nobility. I led such an easy life that when my house fell, I was betrayed by those I trusted. I blamed everyone around me. In retrospect, I should have blamed myself. It's my own fault that I was abandoned by those I served and those who served me. Say, Tremal, why do you think I'm still here serving you? Your house may have been disgraced, but I serve you, not your house. I fully intend to remain your loyal servant to the end. I think, if anything, you're too loyal, but I still greatly appreciate it. I came here looking for a place to die. Perhaps now is a good time to let the old bitter me die. To let go of all that hatred. From now on, I want to live. Not for social status or nobility, but to protect Ishgard and those close to me. To protect my friends. To protect the people of Ishgard. I shall travel to my family's graves and swear an oath to protect those I care about. I've not yet been to their graves. I've been too ashamed to show my face. But if even the Dravanians can mourn their dead properly, then I think I should find it within myself to do the same. Sounds good. You seem pleased with yourself. Did something happen with Santramel? He's found his resolve. I see. Thank you. I too owe you my thanks. Thank you, and not just for the inspiration you provided Santramel, but for the invaluable assistance you've provided in helping my plan come to fruition. If things continue to progress this well, we may catch ourselves a dragon yet greater still than this Weaver. An accomplishment like that would serve Sir Amaric's cause well, and that's not all. Young though he may be, Santramel has achieved truly courageous feats of combat and has opened a world of opportunity for himself. When other men hear of his exploits, they'll be eager to rally to Amaric's cause and fight under his banner. If anything, I'd like nothing more than to recruit you, but somehow I get the feeling that you're not the kind to settle down in one place. Much less somewhere as remote and as isolated as the Convictory. Still, I hope that you'll continue to lend us your strength from time to time. Still not done, huh? Except you are way in the future, so yes we are, never mind. We'll come back. We're not at level 56 in the main story yet, so that chain's gonna wait. We are done with Bunny for now. It is time to continue the main story. That took way longer than I thought it was, but it was good to see Bunny again. You don't have to log out like this. I just like logging out via the in-room. Because if you log out or quit the game via the bed in an inn or in your house, you go to sleep. Probably are not good clothes to be going to sleep in, but that's fine. Anyway, send me back to Frinlona, please. Yeah, Bunny be gone. We'll see her again later. Having a sleep's covered in dragon spit or whatever, yeah. You know, relaxing. It's fine. Here we are. Let's get the chat out of here. All right, let's continue. So, yeah, hi for Lona. But yeah, last time we started Heavensward, we made it to Ishgard because we are fugitives who were wanted for regicide, even though we didn't do it. Nanamo got poisoned in front of us, it wasn't us. But Telegi's schemes were working. And then Horchafont managed to convince his father, Count Edmund, of House Fortemps, to take us in. And so we did. And so we helped out his sons, including Emanuelaine, who kept fucking calling us old girl, and I was like, buddy, you need to stop. And we eventually got word that the dragons were about to lay siege onto Ishgard. And so, in an attempt to try to stop them, Alphino, Estinian, and I decided to go, and Frinlona decided to go try to find Iceheart, Ysael, the leader of the heretics, to see if we can get her help in convincing the dragons to be like, hey, can we please, like, stop having a war? I beg. Iceheart thinks we're idiots, but is willing to help us out because, while she is on the side of the dragons, she also doesn't like how the dragons don't discriminate on who they are killing, and that they are fully willing to, like, attack all the, like, homeless people and children and stuff in Ishgard, and not just the people that can fight back. And so, we eventually did manage to find her, and we progressed our camping trip to here, in the Forelands, the Dravanian Forelands, and Tailfeather, which is a little hunting village. I have read widely of the world and its wonders. Hello, ma'am. Do you mind? Yet, after taking but a few steps into the unknown, I am reminded of how much I still have to discover. And they're gone. These hunters scrabble in the shadows of dragons for naught but the love of coin. Greed inspires courage and madness in equal measure, it seems. I am glad to see Marsa Champ is doing well. Worse than dragons. Marsa Champ would give you fair warning about what awaits to the west. I dare say you're wondering what could possibly be worse than dragons, eh? Well, I'll tell you, the bloody Nath. They're what you might get if you crossed an antling with a megala crab and taught the thing how to walk on two legs. They used... Excuse me. They never used to stray far from their hives out of fear of the dragons, but they've gotten a lot more aggressive of late, sending out war parties from realms in all directions. They've even taken to harassing the Dravanians in their own lairs, if you can believe it. And when they venture in the forest, which is more and more, by the way, they certainly ain't afraid to come after my lot. I can only imagine how much worse it'd be closer to the Nath's home territory. It would seem much has changed in Dravania. The Nath were not wont to cause such strife when I lived here. You lived here, in Dravania? Aye. 'Twas in the time following the calamity. My family was dead, my home gone, and I had fled from the bitter cold into these lands. I knew not the paths of the forest then, and wandered out from under the protections of its boughs. That was when I chanced upon Hraesvelgr. He had descended from his mountain lair to hunt for food. My exhausted mind could not contend with the sight of the majestic worm, nor the sight of the past his presence had visited upon me. Thankfully, Marsa Champ had found my unconscious form at the edge of the trees and nursed me back to health. And in Tailfeather, I remained for some time. Hence your familiarity with the locals. But I interrupted you. You were saying these Nath were once a peaceful people? Peaceful would not be the most fitting description. They were a fiercely territorial tribe, and and any who intrude upon their domain are attacked without hesitation or quarter. Outside the borders of their homeland, however, they were rarely hostile. Indeed, we were even able to trade with them on occasion. They have changed then. What of it? We have not the time to creep through the underbrush on some roundabout route. I say we make straight for Salmal and crush any unruly insect we meet underfoot. A more direct path, then. Very well, let us first follow the trail west out of the forest and make for the statue of the Stained One. From there, we should have a fair view of the roads that lead to Salmal. Shall we? Also, yeah, where's the volume? Okay, I did turn system sounds down. Okay. Hello? My mount? Please? Thank you? Yeah, northward we go. But yeah, the trees here are so funky. Like, look at this thing. Why are you like that? Where are we going? Oh, rest. Okay. Right. Bup. That's a lot of bears. Oh, because that's a fate. Never mind. Goodbye, bears. You are not my quarrel. Up. But yeah, if you look over there, I'm gonna look up a little bit. That's the Nath colony over there. It's Stimpy. And looks like an ant colony. We'll get a better view of it later. Fucking jump, please, thank you. Should we chance to meet Marzichomp again, remind me to thank him. Had he not warned us to expect the Nath, I doubt I would be standing here. Amid the ruins that I would tentatively describe as Ishgardian, the style, if not quite identical, betrays a definite resemblance. You have a scholar's eye, Master Alphino. The structure is, in fact, over 1,000 years old. It is the remnant of an age when our ancestors and dragonkind lived together in peace. You claim this as evidence of our harmonious past? I was taught that these buildings were constructed by heretics in honor of your Javanian masters. This rubble inspires no such awe in me. Stubborn fool, how desperately you cling to the false teachings of your beloved Holy See. Enough, both of you. You threaten the success of our mission with this incessant squabbling. Fernlona, pray reason with these two. Goals are the same. Set aside your differences for now. The truth of the past will be revealed. I mean, all of these, honestly. But, listen, our goals are the same. We need to work together and not implode. Quite, lest you forget, our goal is to prevent a war which will claim the lives of Dravanians and Ishgardians alike. If we are to accomplish this, you must learn to tolerate each other's presence. Trust in friend Lona's gift. In time, the secrets of history will be brought to light. Let that be enough, Estinian. You would have me keep my counsel until friend Lona's visions confirm the truth? Very well, but bait me not. Our meeting with Hreisvelgr will likely provide the catalyst for Lona's gift requires, as it did mine. Let us press on. Do you see why I keep giving the warnings of this party is going to implode at any given second? Dragons in the sky and Nath upon the ground? One must needs sprout eyes in the back of one's head to survive this land. These Ant-Men are bold to bring their war to the dragon's doorstep. Mayhap we should invite them to man the walls of Ishgard. I don't think that's an option, bud. The Trine Towers. Ysael wishes to survey the approach to the distant towers. Spy you the three great towers to the west. Ishgardians know them as Annex Trine. The place serves as a roost for Hreisvelgr's lesser kindred. If we are to reach the peak of Somal, then we must first beseech these dragons to open the way. But do not be disheartened. The ones who lead them is a friend. Of a rather more concern is the disposition of the Nath. Let us survey the approach to the towers and see if the path is clear. But yeah, I also have like thoughts about like this camping trip, because I mean, like, obviously for gameplay purposes, it's like, you know, you can kind of just like breeze through it. But I imagine going cross country like this would take a while in universe. And I'm like, I even like think about like the sleeping arrangements, because it's like, okay, Alphino, Estinian, and Frenlona would have known that they were going on a camping trip. They probably each have their own tents if they thought it prudent to, like, you know, provided they didn't think it prudent to like share tents. But then Ysael, we kind of just grabbed with no warning. Like, she didn't know she was about to go on a camping trip. So it's like, if we didn't give her the opportunity to go get a tent, she would have to share with someone. Probably Frenlona. The Nath are becoming quite the nuisance. They seem to plague her every step. Twould seem the enemy of mine enemy is also mine enemy. Yeah, that's more like how this would go. 'Tis as I feared. The road ahead is teeming with Nath soldiers. Marsachump did not exaggerate then. These beastmen have grown brazen indeed if they would threaten the dragon so openly. Do they intend to assault their lair itself? I pray they do not. Though my Dravanian friends are, or mighty though my Dravanian friends are, they are yet vulnerable to the Nath's muskets. There is no road save the one before us. Should the beastmen offer battle, we would have no choice but to accept. But then I also, you know, get to thinking of, like, they would probably, you know, have, like, watch shifts and stuff, especially if they're not in, you know, like, a proper, like, sanctuary, like Tailfeather is. Oh shit, there's more of you? There you go. And then I get to, like, you know, thinking that, you know, Frenlona would probably, like, if she ever, like, can't sleep, she probably would, you know, like, offer to help with other people's, like, watch duty shifts or to cover for them. And I'm like, this party may be seconds away from imploding at every given moment, but Frenlona is doing her goddamn best to be the glue. And she's not even doing it intentionally. She's just trying to, like, you know, hey, we're all on a camping trip together. This is gonna take a while. Let's, you know, get to know each other better. Like, not intentionally trying to be the glue. She just becomes the glue. Her name means friend gatherer for a reason. The scale of the structure is nothing short of astounding, but that is only to be expected, I suppose, given the size of its occupants. A greater dragon approaches. I take no pleasure in killing the Nath. 'Twas to avoid bloodshed that I agreed to join you on this journey. Well, it cannot be helped. We may proceed to the courtyard together, but leave the task of hailing its occupants to me. And keep your lance on your back, Dragoon. On my word to the Warrior of Light, I shall start no fight, only finish it. You are truly beyond salvation. Come then. Estinian, no fights. Behave. We're here to make peace.
Vidofnir!
Hey, Ghoul, welcome, welcome.
Ah, 'tis thee, little one. From above I did mistake thee for a Nath. 'Tis well I chanced to look again, or thou wouldst now be ash.
Dear Vidofnir, how I have missed you. Would that I had come sooner, and not out of dire necessity.
Slightly less melty today, recharge the AC in your Jeep. Hell yeah, congrats! Yeah, some of the worst heat I ever experienced was at my college dorms. Especially the second year, because we were on, I think, the second to top floor, and heat rises, and we were 3 people in a double room, and the window didn't open very much. It sucked. I think, like, day 2 or 3 of the school year, I went to, like, the student store and bought, like, a fan. And also that window we opened up, like, day 1, and we did not close the window until we were moving out. I mean, all the windows have, like, the bug screen, so that's not a worry. But yeah, we just left the window open all fucking year long.
Thou art troubled. Speak that I might know thy plight. Thou wouldst have father admonish his brood brother.
I would end this war without further bloodshed.
How am I to believe thee, little one, when thine own companion beareth Nidhogg's stolen eye?
Have care, dragon, or I shall gouge out one of yours.
Estinian, that's not helping.
You forget yourself, sir. We are here on a mission of peace.
My sire's will forbiddeth me from inviting discord to our home. 'Tis for this reason and no other that thou still drawest breath, knight.
It's going to be 33 degrees Celsius here on Monday. Not looking forward to it. Oh god, oh no. Just sacrifice Estinian.
Vidofnir, please. We must.
Unfortunately, he is a really skilled fighter, though.
In person.
His help would
Words of our own
be helpful if he could just fucking behave.
Grant us this favor, and open the way to Som Al.
Thou hast ever been welcome, little one. But I cannot grant thy wish. I am bound to remain here and protect my kin from the Nath's god.
The Nath have summoned a primal.
Pray excuse my forwardness, but if we were to eliminate the threat to your territory, would you consent to Lady Izel's request?
It's gonna be 30 here too. Oh no. Oh no.
Ha! Dost thou imagine thyself equal to the task? To succeed where dragons have failed?
Oh hey, Vidolfnir. Finger emoji, shy fingers. Yeah, Vidolfnir's great. I like her a lot.
'Tis beyond thee, mortal.
She's not even the biggest dragon we'll see.
Only know that idle promises shall avail thee naught.
It would seem we have no choice but to make good on Alphino's offer. Why must our every bid for peace breed yet more war?
Are you trying to marry Vidolfnir? Vidolfnir? Once more a primal rears its head, and once more the task of slaying it falls to you. Would that I too possessed the echo. Buddy, you are 16. I don't think I would feel comfortable letting you help me. By the Fury. Must we now defeat a primal that we might treat with a worm? I can begin to see how you gained your reputation for surmounting the insurmountable. Gifts for the outcasts. Yaseo seems occupied with thoughts of the Naths and their primal. Maybe. I'll hold out for the bigger one eyes emoji. So, the Nath have summoned their god, and thus the mystery of their newfound belligerence laid to rest. Are you not glad, Lady Iceheart? I thought you would applaud them for summoning a primal to further their own ends. After all, you did. I did not reach out to Saint Siva to further mine own ends. I desired her strength only to forge anew the peace between man and dragon. What a fool I am to speak of peace to you. A bloodthirsty savage who murders without thought or compunction. Enough, I say! If the Nather have truly brought forth their deity from the Aether, then we must face it together or watch our hopes fall apart. All now rests upon this primal's defeat. But ere we think of confronting it, we must first study its origins. What is the nature of this god? What manner of faith sustains its existence? My apologies. You are right, of course. Let us return to Tailfeather and consult with Marsachamp. He knows more of the Nath and their culture than most. Oh, so if you ever play this game for yourself, before heading back to Tailfeather, grab the Aetherite so you can teleport back here faster instead of having to go snake around. Grab this Aetherite! Hey, Marsachamp. Do you know anything about the Nath? And their faith? Oh, back already, are we? Met with the Nath, did you? What is it you like to... Their faith. Their god. Please and thank you. Summon a primal, you say? 7 hells. Well, I don't know bugger all about Nath religion, if I'm honest. Beyond their trading habits, there never would seem much point in asking. But it shouldn't be that hard to find out. From time to time, we border with a small hive to the north and west of here. outcasts from the main tribe, from what I understand. Reckon that they'll be willing to tell you a bit about themselves, if you give them the right incentives. That sounds promising. And what exactly would a Nath consider to be the right incentive? Nothing your average hunter couldn't scrounge up in a day or two, but seeing as you're in a hurry, you might want to divide the chores amongst yourselves. You'll want a good-sized jar of landtrap nectar, a basket of callum tree fruit, and, always a Nath favorite, a generous portion of young Nanka flesh. I shall gather the fruit. Leaping to the lower branches of these forest giants should present little challenge to me. I'm a dragoon too, I can do that. Then I shall collect the nectar, with Master Alphino's arcane assistance. And that leaves you to bring home the meat. You'll need to carve it from the smaller Nankas that live in the rivers. 3 big hunks should be enough, I reckon. Once you've got everything together, you'll need to set it down at what we call the trading post. Here, I'll mark the spot for you on the map. You have been most kind, Master Marsachamp. Well then, let us attend to our respective tasks, and reconvene at the trading post. I need hardly add that the last one there is a rotten Nanka egg. And it's going to be you! I don't want to be a rotten egg! Even if that means I have to cheat and use flight. There we go. Fuck, they're here already! Damn it, I am the rotten egg! When I set out to master the Dragoon's jump, 'twas not to strike fear into the hearts of high-hanging fruit. Master Alphino possesses a rare talent for the arcane arts. Should he continue to apply himself to their study, he will become a formidable mage in time. I was able to gather a goodly amount of nectar from the land traps, though I would not have known how to harvest it without Ysael's help. Have you the Nanka meat? I sure do. Tender tail meat of an underdeveloped Ninki Nanka. Splendid. I shall put this with Estinian's fruit and assemble a suitably generous-looking hamper for the Nath. The non-mind. Alphino is eager to make contact with the Nath. Well, everything appears to be in order. Assuming no one has any objections to my choice of presentation, I shall place our offerings at the trading post as instructed. Were I of the Nath, I think I would be suitably impressed. Well, how long must we wait? Should we have sounded a signal or some such? We literally just sat it down. Get some patience. Calm yourself, Master Alphino. Our offering has not gone unnoticed. Long has it since hunters came last to trade, bearing gifts that filled the air with such delightful scents. Landtrap nectar, callum tree fruit, and Nanka flesh! What delectable foods you have brought for us. Our meager existence is much enriched by your bounty. Come, hunters, come to our hive if you would trade. Cramped and stifling our homes are, but the rancid incense keeps the dragons at bay. Cramped, stifling, and horribly smelly. But it's better to live in stench than be cracked and crunched by dragon jaws, yes? Come, come, it is not far. Well, that sounds very inviting, thank you. Strangely friendly, are they not? Or mayhap just strange. Can those truly be Nath? Were it not for their appearance, I would think them wholly unrelated to the savage creatures that attacked us on the road. These Naths seem harmless enough, almost jovial even. I would prefer, however, that we conclude our business with them as soon as possible. But yeah, welcome to Lost Ass Vath.
Your presence has been announced to the storyteller. You must speak to our chosen leader in words, for we are Vath. We are the non-mind. Welcome to our hive hunters. You have brought delicacies much sought after by our people, and we are much pleased. What would you have in return?
Honored Elder, pray allow me to begin by thanking you for welcoming us into your home and for accepting our humble offerings. My companions and I are come in search of knowledge. Specifically, the knowledge of your people's god.
Knowledge alone. Strange hunters you are. But if it is words you desire, then words you shall have. We are the Vath, the non-mind, and to speak is our fate. You will hear the tale of the Nath's god, the god of the One Mind summoned into our midst.
The One Mind. These Naths these are the Nath who reside in the main colony.
Yes, they are one, connected. But let us begin the story at its beginning. Some moons ago, a single dragon flew in from the east, bleeding and weak. It fell from the sky and into the hive, where it was swarmed by my brethren. And with spear and spell and musket, the dragon was slain.
'Twas likely that one had fled battle with my kinsmen. I should commend you for finishing the job.
Estidian, now's not the time or place! Dragons are fierce and terrible adversaries. The One Man would always cower when their winged shadows passed over the ground, but no longer. They had learned that battle-weary Dravanian was easy prey. Thus did the One Mind decide to heed the words of the black-robed men. The One Mind would call forth our god and unleash his blades upon the dragons. Dravanian lands would become Nath lands, and ever larger would grow our domain. But our god ever hungers. The price he demands in crystals far exceeds the rewards for this war. We of the Vath despise and revile his insatiable existence.
So the Ascians are getting involved, are they?
We are the non-mind. The whispers of thought are grown silent, and with our voices aloud we must speak. Of necessity, then, was a storyteller chosen.
The beast tribes have ever summoned their gods out of necessity. That do not do so out of mere covetedness sets a worrying precedent. Even a wounded dragon is a dangerous opponent. These Ant-Men did well to overpower one. A Nathic deity, he still seems troubled by the Nath's war of expansion. I call upon the power of a primal for the greater good, conscious all the while that I do so at grave cost to the land. I reason that it is a necessary evil, and willingly shoulder the burden of my sin. In suggesting that such crimes can be justified, you may argue that I presume too much. But you must surely see that I am aware of the magnitude of my transgressions. Not so the Nath. They summon their deity for no greater purpose than to expand their domain. To a sign of the seventh dawn, one sworn to eliminate the primal threat, the distinction you draw seems questionable at best. But the fact remains that my own grandfather risked unleashing the power of the 12 in an attempt to prevent the calamity. Thus, while I may not condone your actions, I at least understand them. Not so the Nath, as you rightly put it. If they truly seek naught but territorial gain, I can only conclude that they are ignorant of the ruinous consequences of their god's insatiable appetite. The longer this primal is suffered to exist, the greater the suffering it will cause. It must be destroyed. How lightly you propose the destruction of this god, Master Alphino, a being of whom we know not. Has it occurred to you that you may be sending the Warrior of Light to her death? And yet, for, you know, Estinian being the source of a lot of the strife, I mean, Ysael's not helping either, but you know, Estinian is also, I believe, the first character, except for maybe Minfilia, to be all like, hey, should we be, like, sending the Warrior of Light in to fight all this? Like, is that not a tad unfair on her? No, You have the right of it, Estinian. 'Twould seem it is I who am guilty of presuming too much. Pray, forgive me, Frenlona. I do not fear my duty. Ysael and I are the only ones here that could fight the thing. Wait, Frenlona need not face this foe alone. Like her, I am blessed with the Echo's protection, and may do battle without fear of a primal influence. Let me bear this burden. Huh. Do you truly imagine yourself a second Warrior of Light? Remind me, how many primals have you faced, my lady? Not that it matters. We know not where this god resides or how to challenge it. Unless you mean to pray until it appears. Estinian makes a valid point. Let us speak with the Vath and learn how best to secure an audience with their deity. And this, at least, I may be of assistance. The young lord certainly appears eager to prove his worth. The boy's 16, and his first thing at leadership ended in catastrophe. Let him live a little, I say.
We are Vath. We are the non-mind. We do not hear the one mind's thoughts. We cannot predict their will.
There must be some way of infiltrating the main colony. The Vath mind greet mine every question with cryptic utterances. I fear I am no closer to understanding the tenets of their faith. And are you even attempting to help? By the Fury, I would swear these beastmen know less about their god than I do.
Put this idea from your minds, generous hunters. If you meet with our god, then he will have your souls. Surely you're not so generous as that. You wish to meet our god. Offer yourself as a sacrifice and soon you will be brought before him. We would mourn the loss of such generous hunters, however.
And what of you?
You are generous hunters, yes? Many gifts you have brought, but not enough for all Vath to enjoy. Maybe you could bring us just one more? We are very fond of Nanka flesh. Yes, the meat of a young Nanka would make a fine repast.
Fine. I'll go get you more food if it means I can get some answers. But I better be getting some answers out of this. I'm going to be very upset if I don't. And what has that have to do with their primal or their faith, Master Alphino? Let us glean the information we require and be done with this place. The Vath tell me that their tribe is not accustomed to giving each individual a name. It seems they only grasped the concept after they began trading with the hunters. For once, I'm in agreement with the Dragoon. Speaking with these beastmen is an exercise in frustration. Well, I was at least told how to meet the god.
We Vath do so enjoy our Nanka flesh. Have you been out hunting yet?
Here you go.
Another gift for the Vath. So unexpected. Yes, you have more of the words you strange hunters hunger for. Listen now. The senses of the One Mind are enmeshed by the Overmind. What one sees, all see. What one feels, all feel. Alert a single Nath, and the whole hive is alerted. To reach our gun undetected is all but impossible.
Well, that's actually useful. The Vathor wants to allude to certain concepts without explanation, but I believe I am beginning to grasp a few of the fundamentals. From what I understand, the king-like Overmind sits at the center of Nath society, and its presence somehow allows its subjects to communicate without need of word or gesture. These Nath, the ones who inhabit the larger hive, are known as the One Mind, and it was by their combined will that the primal was summoned. Those who reside in this smaller hive, however, are the Vath, or the non-mind, who, for reasons that yet escape me, seem to have been excluded from the telepathic bond which connects their Nathic counterparts. Thus are the Vath ignorant of the One Mind's thoughts and intentions, and the nature of their own god. In summary, we have wasted our time. Not so. Perilous though it may be, the Vath did furnish us with one certain method of approaching the primal, as sacrifices. Should we allow ourselves to be captured in the environs of the colony, the Nath will bring us before their deity to make an offering of our souls. I will admit, I had begun to whether non-mind meant brainless. Apparently not. Can you, like, be nice, bud? Behave? We'll work on it. All rests upon the destruction of the Nath's god. If we must surrender ourselves as for sacrifice to approach the abomination, freely will I do it. Breaking into hives. Because the localization team loves their goddamn puns. Alphanel wishes to review Yassail's plan for infiltrating the Nath hive. Forgive me, but let us be clear that what it is that you propose. You mean to say that you would deliberately provoke the Nath, surrender yourself into what might generously be termed their custody, and then wait until their god arrives to claim your soul? Aye, that fairly well describes my plan. You will join me in this endeavor, will you not, Fernlona? Judging by the risks you took to prevent the summoning of Saint Shiva, you are not a woman to err on the side of caution. Absolutely, let's go! We got nothing better. Would that I could fight at your side, Warrior Light, but the power of the dragon is no protection against primal influence. Forgive me, but I must remain here with Master Alphino. Then it is settled. Fernlona, you and I shall challenge the guards at the entrance to the colony. Once the hive is roused, we shall feign a brief show of resistance, then allow them to take us prisoner. Estinian's words stung me more than I care to admit, but it would seem that I have begun to take your victories for granted. Do be cautious, my friend. Don't worry, I'm always careful, except for the times where I die. I would be curious to test my lance against the Beast Tribe's god, but I cannot risk falling under its sway. Tell me of the battle upon your return, Warrior of Light. And now we get to go to the stink clouds. But yeah, I told you. I told you we'd get a better look at the ant colony. Hello, Nath drone.
Intruders, your lives are forfeit!
Is that up or down? No, that's down. Okay. I was like, where are we going? The Overmind must now be aware of our intrusion. Let us press on into the hive and ensure that we have our host's undivided attention. Hello, Nath. Would you be so kind as to let me in? Thank you. Leave these drones to me. We can join forces once again once we are deeper within the colony. That's not who I meant to attack. What do you mean event canceled? Here we go. Easy peasy. That should be sufficient. If we did not have our host's full attention before, we must surely have it now. Our audience with the Primal may be granted soon after our capture. Pray advise me once you have steeled your mind for the battle to come. Hey. Game? There you go. Uh-oh. I don't like the game hesitating. That's not great. Lord of the Hive. Yaseo awaits an opportunity to surrender to the Nath. You're prepared then. That might actually be my internet because OBS is also dropping frames. That's great. That's good. Hold here, Frenlona. When the Nath, when next the Nath come, we shall offer no resistance. Although it's weird, I'm dropping frames, but not because it's like going low, but because instead of sitting at around 6,000, I'm going up to like 15,000, and I'm like, what are you doing, OBS? Stop that.
Surrender, intruders. There is no escape.
Enough. We surrender. We throw ourselves upon the mercy of your god. They seem eager to proceed. Good. When they take us before their lord, pray leave matters to me. If what I know of summoning rituals holds true, I shall be well placed to act. Mark the sound of river rushing through the ravine behind us. Passing loud, is it not? I imagine the noise would serve to mask our escape should we need to withdraw temporarily. But you are prepared, are you not? I do hope so. If I were to be dragged away for sacrifice while you are haggling over the price of potions, I would not be amused. OBS is just a little drunk, it's fine. It really is. But yeah, that's just supposed to point out of like, hey, if you don't want to be in here, you don't have to be. You can absolutely just leave.
Try to escape and we break your fleshy legs.
Try and stop me then. Though I dismissed Master Alphino's concerns, I confess that I did wonder how the Nath might treat their prisoners. Happily, it seems that they are not wont to harm sacrifices, nor even to disarm them. Plainly, they imagine their god invulnerable. Plan goes better than expected.
Now we have but to wait.
O Lord Ravana, master of the sacred blades, wrath of the colony, conqueror of the world, hear our prayer. Pray grant unto your devoted children the gift of your divine presence.
He comes.
He what? Hello, Ravana.
All strength to the colony. Speak and I shall listen.
Oh, glorious General, we have captured intruders and would make unto you an offering of their life's blood.
These feeble fleshlings dared to invade Nathlands.
Hear me, Lord Ravana. My companion and I did not come to contest your children's territory. We wished only to learn the reason you wage war against the dragons.
Thou wouldst flirt with death merely to satisfy thy curiosity. Wherefore should the glorious conquests of the Nath concern thee so, Elezen? Ah, mayhap thine own kind struggle against the worms fareth poorly, and thou art desirous of a pact.
Nope, not even close.
We crave no alliance, Lord Ravana. Only peace. We would bring an end to our war with the dragons. Yet so long as they remain embroiled in this conflict with your children, our goal shall remain out of reach. Never before have the Nath risen up in such numbers, and never yet with you at their head. Why do you lead them to war?
Thy question hath no meaning. To live is but to fight. Long have my children waited, gathering their strength in the shadow of thy ceaseless conflict. The Nath would see the Dravanians slain, and their territory secured. And by such fervent prayers am I now given form and purpose.
As I feared, your very existence is an obstacle to our goal. Since you are so fond of fighting, we challenge you, Lord of the Nath. And should we emerge the victors, I would have you swear to withdraw your soldiers from Dravanian soil.
Thou art bold indeed to risk thy fleshy hide so readily. Very well. I, Ravana, fourfold Master of the Blade, do accept thy challenge. But should I emerge the victor, I would have thee swear to serve in mine army till thy last breath is spent. Do you accept?
So is that like if we both lose, or if just one of us, or like is it per person or us as a group?
I do. And I believe the first bout is mine.
Now is not the time for it, but that one camera angle, I was just like, damn, that under boob.
What is this? A god clad in flesh?
Is aught amiss, my lord? Thou wilt not break thy word, I trust.
Mine oath is unbending as steel, little goddess. Thy ruse will but add to mine enjoyment.
Come on, you sail. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, I see. Oh, the 3 levels between them meant a lot, huh? Which is a joke because Shiva is fought when you're level 50 and Ravana is fought when you're level 53.
I thought myself stronger. Mayhap with more crystals?
Don't. Ysael, that's the primal talking. No. Stop. You're fine, right? You're fine, right?
God or maid, thou art nothing to me. And what of thee, mortal? Art thou warrior or craven?
You could survive being impaled through the gut, right? It's fine. It's just a flesh wound.
A warrior, then? Good! Mayhap thou will provide more sport than thy feeble companion.
He clearly just, like, got rotated. He did not have an animation for turning around. He just rotated. Thought to ask Thok is now accessible. You good? Forgive me. I was overconfident. Yes, you were. Let's be that's not the outfit I want to be in. That's not the outfit I want to be in. That's not that is not the outfit I want to be in. I was going to say let's be a healer so that the queue times are better. But hang on, I need a costume change real fast. Where is it? There it is. Here we go. That's better. That's better. Anyway, our first trial for Heavensward. Despite the hard in the title, it's not actually that hard. It's just normal story difficulty. An insectoid beast tribe connected by a hive mind, the Nath have but one collective desire: to expand their territory and prosper without fear of dragons. It was by this simple yet powerful wish that a mighty primal bent on war and conquest was summoned into existence. Bound by your promise to Vidalfnir to remove this threat to dragonkind, you must now lead your companions into battle against the savage entity known as Ravana, Lord of the Hive. Now here's hoping this pops quick, because I still don't know what to do during long queue times with this, because unfortunately I'm not allowed to play triple triad against NPCs in New Game Plus mode, which is stupid. Because I was so banking on doing that, because that would be fun. And then it was like, how about no? Listen, I'm glad New Game Plus is here, but it is so clearly just like an afterthought. I also have no idea. I do not remember how to play Scholar at this level. This will be fun. Healer is my weakest role in this game. Even though I am an insane person, and I am on my way to maxing out every job. Healer is still easily my weakest role. I don't know what I'm doing. Tanking, on the other hand, now that's fun. I love tanking. Tanking's great. Like, I know with tanking there actually is this thing called, like, tank-anxiety. Because if you are the tank, then during, like, dungeons and stuff, you are typically, like, the de facto, leader. Because you're the one, like, leading the charge since you're trying to grab all the, enemy aggro and stuff. But, if you can get over it, tank is, honestly, one of the easiest roles in the game, because you have so much defense and HP that you can fuck up several times before going down. There we go. Unlike, oh god. Okay, good. Unlike healers or DPS, which are way squishier, and you can only fuck up like maybe once or twice before you die. As a tank, you can mess up like maybe 4 times, maybe more if your healer's good at keeping you alive. Also, hey Boops, welcome back. You're here just in time. I didn't update my portrait, whoopsies. I got DMV'd! Oh well. But yeah, if your portrait ever breaks, and it gets reverted to default, players of the game like calling that getting DMV'd, because the default portrait is such a just nothing blank stare. say. No, I did not. Oh, shit.
Dance to the song of ringing steel.
Oh, God, I don't have my fucking special mouse. Yeah, when he does that, you now want to attack from the sides that weren't shielded, which in this case is the right and left, because if you attack from the front or back, damage will be reflected back onto you, which is no good. But yeah, he's got like a waltz for his battle theme. This, I think, is just an AoE. Like a raid wide? Yeah. But those are... Don't be in those. Get in the middle.
Feel my blades.
Again, I think that's just a normal AoE. Probably should have studied.
I am invincible.
Owie. Alright, once again, we have to stay out, but then these people are going to have big AoEs as well, so you don't want to be with either of the two people that got marked.
Take wing, ye sons of war!
Wait. We're fine. So yeah, once again, we want to get to the side so that your damage isn't reflected back onto you, sir. Please stop attacking from the front! Okay, but now we have entered butterfly phase. Butterflies are scary. If you've ever watched SpongeBob, you know this to be true. We need to kill these butterflies as fast as fucking possible. The reason why we want to kill the butterflies ASAP is because if they stick around for too long, they turn into a sword, and the more swords that are on the field, the more damage Ravana's big attack is going to do. Owie.
Prepare thyself.
This attack!
In the glory of combat!
The more swords that were on the field, the more this attack will hurt. Well, luckily, we killed all the butterflies, so it barely did anything. That is a proximity marker. We want to get far away from it in order to take less damage, but that one also had knockback, as you could see, so you wanted to make sure that you weren't in a gap like I almost was, or else you would have gone falling off the edge. Owie, owie, stop!
Endless garden.
Those are clouds that are, I believe, chasing people. Sir, come back. You also can't hear it, but the song has lyrics and it's very fun. All right, so Ravana's going to attack 4 people in order, depending on how many swords they have. Never mind. But basically, he was going to do big-ass cleaves.
The sacred rite of combat.
At the 4 people marked in order from 1 to 4, and so you want the 4 people marked to want to spread out and get away from everyone else to make sure no one else gets hit. Imagine he's singing this. I think it is supposed to be from his perspective. But yeah, that's Ravana. Admittedly pretty easy. When you were still raiding, you remember there was a new wave of raid bosses who would have AoE stuff that you did have to stand in instead of avoid, and it fucks so many of you up. Yeah, no, there's a couple of those throughout this game. There's a couple of those.
You do not disappoint, warrior of light. Would that I had your skill in battle. I do begin to see why so many place their faith in you. For all his savagery, I do not think Ravana...
I'm so fucking tall, Jesus.
Provided the dragons do not trespass upon Nath lands, they should have little to fear of the Primal's biting blades. We have done well, have we not? Come, let us return to Vidofnir and share these glad tidings.
You!
Once more you achieve the impossible, bringer of light. But with every mortal heart that succumbs to fear and fury, another voice is joined to the chorus, beseeching divine succor. At their bidding, warring gods will shake the firmament, and your world will be consumed in the swelling storm of chaos.
Yeah, okay, Guillaume, thanks for the evil monologue that nobody heard because we already left. You're monologuing to yourself, ma'am. Never since we first fought have I seen you draw upon the full extent of your power, and never from afar until this day. You are a marvel to behold, Fernlona. Well, 'tis time we rejoined our companions. They will be eager to hear the tale, and to continue our journey. But yeah, like, there's like one mechanic for one guy who casts Megadeth, and Megadeth will kill anybody that gets hit by it, just instantly. It doesn't even matter if you're a tank and you use your like invulnerability skill, your panic press to not die button. It will kill you through that. The only way to avoid dying to Megadeth is to get hit by one of his earlier attacks, which causes a big like green stink puddle on the floor, because being in the stink puddle gives you a debuff called gradual zombification, and if you are inflicted with that, Megadeth will skip over you because you are quote-unquote already dying. And despite the name gradual zombification, as long actually only will turn you into a zombie if you get hit multiple times. So as long as you only get hit by the goo puddle once, it's actually beneficial. If you do get turned into a zombie, then for like 20 seconds, your character becomes uncontrollable and you walk around smacking your allies. Which, not great. Fernlona, Lady Sail. Oh, think the 12. Lord Ravana, you say? How curious that the Vath never mentioned his name. And are you quite certain he will keep his word? There was honor beneath his savagery. That we survived the encounter at all was a miracle. A miracle I must attribute to Fernlona. Never did I doubt you, Warrior of Light. Unlike some. You were gone so long that Master Alphino here nigh lost his wits with worry. Fretting like a maid for her sweetheart he was. Stydian, was that truly necessary? Not truly necessary. but certainly true. Ah, Alphino cares. Bully him! How dare he! What matters is that the primal is banished and our promise fulfilled. We should return to Vidofnir without delay. Lest you forget, this was but a means to secure an audience with the worm Hraesvelgr. Nidhogg's minions will not be halted by idle chatter. Come now, we must make every moment count. He just ran off like 10 feet. You're unkind, Justinian. For all his experience and intellect, Alphino is still but a boy. Listen, I may have laughed, but don't... The boy is 16. I don't know what Ysael's canon age is, but I know you're supposed to be like fucking like 32 or something. Or maybe just 30, I don't remember. Maybe don't pick with children half your age. Ah, you should have seen the boy fretting. 'Twas a sight to behold, and he refuses to let up. You know what? Good. Ancient, according to the internet. Yep. Tease him no more. Master Alphino is to be applauded for his sense of responsibility. Given his years, 'tis little wonder the burden weighs heavily upon his shoulders. Yeah, literal dust. According to the internet. 'Tis natural for him to feel concern for his companions. The boy is sulking. But yeah, I'm not certain how old I have Frenlona here in Heavensward, but in ARR, I have her be 27, so she would be at most 28 here. Because the writers, the devs are cowards, and they don't want to make adult models for the twins, because the twins are only 16 and they should supposedly be getting the Elevzin growth spurt soon. Because, like, do you see how short Alphino is compared to, like, Estinian or Ysael? Elevzins, like, shoot up like weeds once they get their growth spurt. And Alphino and his sister Alice, who we saw during the Coils of Bahamut back in post-ARR, they're 16, so they're like on the cusp of getting it, and I'm pretty certain the devs don't want to make adult models for them, because how dare they make their iconic mascot characters age? And so, the developers always say, oh yeah, no, all of Final Fantasy XIV takes place in the course of a year, and everyone's just like, no the fuck it don't. The more expansions you add to this, the more stupid that claim gets. No the fuck it don't. Anyway. More in passing, Alphino is keen to inform Vidofnir of Lord Ravana's defeat. Shall we be on our way to Annex Shrine, then? I would not have the dragons think that we have forgotten our bargain. Like, the travel times alone for some of these expansions must have taken months. There's no way all of this game happens in the course of a year. But yeah, Frenlona would be 27 in the Realm Reborn, 27 or 28 here in Heavensward, but then by the most current expansion, Dawn Trail, I imagine she's like 32, 33? Time has passed. Will the dragon now honor her word? That remains to be seen. You should be the one to break the news. Victory was yours, after all. Vidofnir will be pleased to hear of Lord Ravana's defeat, and of his pledge to recall his soldiers. Thou art returned, little one. Hast thou abandoned thine ill-conceived contest with the Nath? Actually, I won. Nay, my friend, we return in triumph. By Ferlona's hand was the beastman's god, Lord Ravana, laid low. In his overconfidence, the Primal swore to withdraw his followers from your lands in the event of his defeat. A promise we believe he will keep. The Nath shall trouble you no longer. The deity is slain, then. How did thou contend with his biting blades? But the particulars matter not. Thou hast fulfilled thy promise, and I shall fulfill mine. Attend me, mortals. Hie you unto the deepest reaches of Morn, and there you shall find Halo, the altar from which you may begin your ascent to the summit of Somal. But be fairly warned, the minions of Nidhogg shall not lightly suffer your presence on that sacred mount. By your struggles with the cavern shall I judge your party possessed of sufficient fortitude to proceed. We shall not disappoint you, Vidofnir. If memory serves, the Cavern of Morn is entered from the second floor of the central tower. Let us begin the climb. Up the spire we go. I hope I haven't missed the door, because I'm not normally in here. Because I typically say, fuck the tower, I'm just going to go around. But yeah, there's this just cavern where some dragons live, along with a corpse. Because for whatever reason, sometimes some of the dragons that live here in Annex try and just come here to die? Yeah, we got dinosaurs, whatever the hell this thing is. More dinosaurs. Oh, I guess you're sleeping. Burn it down. Burn them all. I can't force a snore. That's kind of more of a snort. Close enough. What the fuck is... I don't know what that is. Weird sculpture. Well done, little one. As promised, I shall open the way to Somal's summit for thee and thy companions. Heed me now, children of man. The domain you seek to enter hath not seen visitors of your kind in nigh on 1,000 years. Though I freely grant you passage, your presence will not be welcomed. To my kin, this mountain is revered as holy ground and resting place both. Were you the minions of Nidhogg during your ascent? for 'tis certain they shall take great offense at your intrusion. We are grateful for your warnings, gentle Vidofnir. My final words are for thee, Dragoon. Have care to keep the stolen power thou wieldest in check, lest it breed further despair. Estidian? The way is open. Let us not tarry here. No worries? Okay, there we go. I was like, Estidian, you have nothing to say about being singled out. A moment. Shall we blindly forge on, knowing the dangers that await us? Tiamat herself is said to guard this peak. I do not fear Nidhogg's consort. Any dragon foolish enough to bar our path shall feel the sting of my lance. Spoken like a true butcher. Need I remind you that we are come to parlay a peace? Let us be clear, heretic. 'Twas to save Ishgard and her people that I first lent up my support to this doubtful venture, and 'tis for their sake that I go now to speak with Heavensward. But I said nothing of Tiamat. Should the opportunity present itself to rid my people of one of their deadliest enemies, I shall take it. That is my duty as your dragoon. You are beyond redemption. We will accomplish nothing by bickering. If we are to meet with Hraesvelgr, our path leads up the mountain. Shall we defend ourselves? We shall defend ourselves if attacked, but avoid conflict wherever possible. What other choice do we have? Somal is now accessible. Okay, I guess the portrait is good. We shall defend ourselves if attacked, but avoid conflict wherever possible. What other choice do we have? You sail, please? Oh god, no. Now, okay, now I'm dropping frames because OBS says that there's 0 kilobytes being sent. That's not good. Hey, OBS, do you mind behaving? Please? Dropping down to 600 is not behaving, bud. Can you stop? Please? Although I guess if 14 is also dipping, that's actually kind of more my internet, huh? The dragon lost to anger is beyond all control. This I learned to my sorrow when I unleashed the horde upon Ishgard. Oh no. Uh-oh. I feel the weight of the Dravanian rancor pressed down upon me. Well, yeah, you're not exactly making yourself likable, bud. Not to them, anyway. Well, let's read the little thingy for Somal. Somal. Casting its shadow over the Dravanian forelands, this towering peak is revered by the dragons both as holy ground and resting place. And now, in accordance with your pact, Vidofnir has thrown open to you the final ascent to the sacred mountain's summit. But Nidhogg's minions will not lightly suffer this intrusion. Ere you gaze upon the fabled expanse of the churning mists, you must first carve out a path through the mountain's denizens and overcome the consort of Nidhogg herself, the she-dragon Tiamat. Let's enter with a party of NPCs. We'll double dragoon it up, with Alphino healing us, and Ysael being our tank. What do you mean OBS is now sending fucking 41,000 kilobytes? What are you doing? You only need to send 6,000. Well, welcome to the first mandatory dungeon of Heavensward. As you may have seen on the dungeon list, there was one other, but it's tied to side quests, and because of the story skip, I don't get to do the side quests that give me dungeons again. It's weird, but here we are. But Ysael, and Alphino actually are double purpose. If you are a DPS, Ysael will be your tank and Alphino your healer. If you are a healer, Alphino will instead be a DPS. And if you are a tank, Ysael will instead be a DPS. I believe she is a black mage if she DPSs. Or at least, you know, has a custom class that uses the functionality of a black mage. And Alphino will be a Arcanist / summoner, I believe. Actually, you know what? You've got the right idea. Let's kill the plant first, because that's what's actually barring our path. So yeah, we have a bunch of plant enemies.
Away with you!
And also some Gallicats. We need to kill those things because those things were what was spawning the pollen clusters you may have seen. And the pollen clusters, basically have like 5 HP. But the problem is that when they die, or if they are around for too long, they explode and then you get a little like poison debuff. Like that. Ow! Owie! Alphino, please help! But yeah, since this is the first time we're actually getting to see the combat of a Dragoon, Dragoons are a melee DPS, which means if I get too far away from my target, X's appear in my abilities and I can't use them. You have to be within range. Except every melee DPS, except for Monk, has at least one attack that can be used at range, so that you can do at least something when far away. And you also will have positionals. Like Chaos Thrust here does more damage if you're done to the target's rear. Which, using like this enemy as an example, so you see how this enemy has a little circle underneath them, but then there's also a little like gap in the circle. If an enemy has the gap in the circle, that means they you can use positionals on them. Rear is obviously just do it in the gap. Flanks are do it to the sides, kind of where the arrows are, and there's nothing that ever gives you a bonus from the front.
Know your folly.
If an enemy has a closed circle, then that means positionals do not ever give you a boost, because they don't technically have a veer or a flank. And you just don't have to worry about it. Raskuniv? Didn't come all this way to cut down overgrown weeds. Nevertheless, I would see if your lance is to the task. Well, let's go. This boss, to be perfectly honest, when you are fighting this boss with other players, you don't really see what the hell its mechanics are. I don't know what this guy does. Alright, so he's got some danger puddles you gotta look out for.
I have my pride.
Yeah, yes you do, Alphino. Happy Pride Month. Alright, when a teammate is marked with that, they need to get away from everyone else. because that is basically like a, hey, this person is going to get targeted by things. I think we want to kill the bees so that the boss doesn't get the bees. But I don't actually remember. Okay, like I think if you have this marker, you don't want to be near the bees so that the boss doesn't eat the bee. No, your sail's being targeted again? That's fine. Your sail knows what she's doing. This is more of this fight than I normally ever see. What the hell? Alfie! Alfie! Alfie, please! Yes, thank you, Alphino.
Away with you! Know your folly.
Get out of here. There we go. So I have a long way to go, and let's keep moving. All right, first boss down. 2 more to go. But yeah, now we're in the caves. Fighting bugs. And bats. Which are called foxes for some reason. Alright, you two. Your turn. Alright. With this pack of enemies, we have this annoying ass fire dragon that's going to be shooting fireballs at us every now and then. So you just need to avoid. Don't stand in the orange. Orange is bad.
Away with you!
Sail or moving the enemy when I was about to do a positional. Greatly appreciated. Come on, we can keep going, guys. Get out of here. You also get the little DOT. Oh, hell yes, I'm die. Let's go. For my clothes, you can't fight crime and save the world if you ain't cute. Must we always resort to violence? You must slay or be slain. Make your choice. Much like the fire dragon, we have to take care of a bunch of enemies while also looking out for the ice dragon doing a bunch of bullshit.
Luckily, these things have, like, no HP. All right, you sell. Time to do. You sell it out, but now it's time for you guys to do your goddamn jobs.
Shiva, aid me!
Don't have to yell so dramatic. The dragon is leaving. But one thing also with the melee DPS is that every melee DPS will get a skill called True North, which basically allows you to remove the positional requirements on attacks, and you just always get the damage bonus for 10 seconds. All right, second boss. Myth! Its scales are like unto armor. I think hide will not spare it from my lance. Very, very single-minded of you, Vistinian.
Your guard is down. I will end your struggles.
Oh yeah, I forgot. So this bar down here, you may have seen, is the limit break. It charges slowly over time, but also as DPS and tanks do damage and as healers heal.
Focus. Release.
If you do
Away with
duties, also if you whenever you use a limit break, what it is dependent on the class of the person doing it. That is a spread AoE that the boss is doing, so Asinian was staying away from us so that only he was getting hit. Alphino should be doing the same thing.
Taste my lance.
If a tank does it, it is a damage reduction. If a healer does it, it is a heal. And if a DPS does it, it just does damage. However, if you do duties with the duty support, then occasionally they will still use it. I forgot about the ad. I don't know what the fuck that was.
away with you.
I don't think I normally see that. That's why I didn't do it. But yeah, the limit break behaviors of NPCs is actually weirdly fascinating. Was a worthy adversary. We are not here for you to enjoy sport, Dragoon. So normally, if you are a DPS, most other DPS NPCs in your party will not use the limit break because they are saving it for you. They will typically only use limit break if you are a tank and a healer and therefore cannot use it yourself. Well, I mean, you can, but typically during dungeons, if a tank or a healer has to use their LB in a dungeon, something has gone very wrong. In a dungeon, only DPS should be using the limit break.
Your guard is down.
However, the NPCs also like to have little quirks that are in character for them. One of Estinian's, for example, is that he does not give a shit if you are also a DPS. If the limit break is available during a boss of a dungeon, and the boss has more than 10% HP, he will use it. He does not care that so could you. It's a very fun little characterization touch.
there will be others that I can explain along the way as we see them. But yeah, Estinian stealing the LB is the first instance of that, really. Like, that's just something I always like whenever you have like NPC support, is that like the NPC support is also like in character, or at least has little quirks that are in character.
Your guard is down.
It's always fun. All right, more dragon. Please, I beg you, let us pass. Your words fall on deaf ears. And also, hey, look, it's our friends, the fire dragon and the ice dragon that were being super annoying earlier. They're back.
Away with you.
Mine.
Focus. Release.
Know your folly.
Come on.
Aid me!
There we go. Those are the last enemies. All we got left is the boss. So can I, like, sneak around and grab the treasure chest without activating the cutscene? Yes, I can. Great. Good. Mine. Tielman, consort of Nidhogg, we beseech you, grant us safe passage to the mountain's summit. We mean you no harm. As I thought, blind to reason like all the rest. If you would see our mission to its conclusion, you know what must be done. Such rage and rancor, is there truly no other way? Yep, it's Dargan. This one's even bigger than Tiamat. Or, Vidolfnir, rather. This is Tielman. But even this is not the biggest. You dare intrude upon... Where the fuck is Tielman's line? Dare intrude upon our the sacred mount? My jaw shall run red with the blood of man. If you would flee, now is the time. And abandon our mission? Don't be absurd. Alright, so Tielman has a bunch of different kinds of AoEs and danger puddles. Alphino and I are marked with these little rocks. We want to get away from everyone because it means something's going to drop on our heads. In this case, proximity markers. And we want everyone to take as little damage as possible. Why did I stand in front of the big dragon attack? What is wrong with me? More danger puddles. With those ones being targeted at where you currently were when the attack went off. I'm being targeted again. Arrogant insects be crushed beneath the weight of my fury. So now we have to go crush the wings because Tiamat is invulnerable until we do. I don't remember what this means. I'm getting away from everyone just in case. Hey, Stinian, you want to steal the LB again?
I will end your...
There it is. I knew it. I knew it.
I will end your struggles.
Yeah, at least the NPCs are a little smart, and they will generally stop using the LB if they realize they need to avoid a mechanic. Which is why he was attempting to do it like 3 times before I just stole it, because I was like, I don't care if I have to avoid a mechanic right now. I'm going to greed. And oh god, I have hiccups and I'm taking poison damage. Help. We're nearly to the summit. Let's keep moving. We should go. Yes, I didn't read Alphino's line. Come back. We should go, Ysayle. The summit awaits. Why did she refuse to listen? Why did she... I hate hiccups so much, dude. But hey, look, we got our second Jolly Rancher. It's coming back. We've got yellow. Fernlona. I'm good. Just getting my Jolly Ranchers out of my pocket. It seems Tiamat was the last. I sense no other dragons nearby. Then what the fuck was that? What is happening? Nidhogg. He roars. He knows where we are here then. His fury... It bleeds through the eye. Fear not. I am yet my own master. But that damned worm's wrath burns hotter than flame. Come, the heart of the dragon's homeland yet lies before us. Thus do we add another link to the chain of vengeance. Oh, Saint Shiva, when will it end? We're trying to make it end, Ysayle, but also we can't just let ourselves be killed.
To the peak of Som Al, at the end of a perilous mountain path, whence could be seen a string of pearl-like islands floating impossibly atop a sea of clouds. To a domain where dragons and men had once lived in harmony, whose majesty no mortal eye had glimpsed for nigh on 1,000 years, they came.
Welcome to the Churning Mists. And it's actually foggy here. Cool. That looks ominous in the distance. I feel the worm's anger. Slayer's not far. Not far at all. Yeah, I think it's that thing. Just look to your right a little bit, Estinian. I think it's that. We stand in the sacred homeland of dragons, beneath the sky that is Hraesvelgur's domain. Our quest nears its end, Fernlona. And yet we are only at level 53. We have reached its peak at last, the peak of Samal. It is said to be the highest mountain in all of Eorzea, you know. I thought it cold in Cursith, but the air here carries the chill of a dozen winters. Beyond the clouds, Alphino ponders the means by which you might find Hraesvelgur. Now that we have scaled the mountain, there remains the problem of finding Hraesvelgur himself. It's a Moogle! What manner of creature is that? Fernlona, do my eyes deceive me, or was that a Moogle? That sure was. Colored slightly different. It was my understanding that they only dwelled within the Twelveswood. I certainly never expected to see one in the churning mists. If the Moogle does live here, however, he may know where Hraesvelgur makes his lair. Quickly now, before we lose the creature completely. Once again, new place, new aetheryte. Go grab it. It's for your own convenience. Yeah, Moogle! Ah, he's gone. Fernlona, we must widen our search. Other players around. We did see a Moogle, did we not? We did. The nearby air appears warps. You sense that concealing magics are at work. Where could he have gone? I have heard tales of these Moogles, but 'tis the first time I've ever laid eyes on one. They are rather adorable, aren't they? Yeah, they're actually cute. What? Why do you stare at me so? Can I not find a creature adorable? My heart is not truly made of ice. No, it's cute. A Moogle, did you say? I'm unfamiliar with the breed, but I shall search for one nonetheless. I see no evidence of this Moogle of yours. Are you certain it wasn't a trick of the light? Perhaps it was simply one of these strange plants shifting in the breeze. Yeah, there are a lot of weird cotton balls here, huh? Nearby air appears warped. You sense that concealing magics are at work. There is no sign of a Moogle in the area. Except for, you know, all the concealing magics we spotted. I am sure I glimpsed a Moogle fleeing in this direction. Could he be concealing himself with magic? Mountaintop diplomacy! Alphino seems convinced that the Moogles hold the key to finding Hraesvelgur. Confound it. Could we but enlist the aid of one of the local Moogles, I am certain Hraesvelgur would not elude us for long. Though the eye enables me to sense the presence of dragons, I can only identify nidhogg's with any certainty. We could wander the mist for days and not know if we were any closer to his brood brother. And those are days we cannot afford well to squander. Shall we divide our forces then? Lady Isil, might I ask you to question any dragons whom you judge it safe to approach? I shall try, yet I fear the influence of Nidhogg's rage will render most of the Dravanians in the area deaf to reason. And what of you, Master Alphino? I have not yet given up on the Mughals. Ferlona, come with me to Gridania. I mean to petition the aid of the Mughals' kin in the Twelveswood. After that business with Mogomog, I dare say they will be glad to help us. Assuming you have no need of me, I shall remain here. Nidhogg senses both the loss of his consort and the coming of the Eye, and his attention is firmly fixed in this direction. I mean to do what I can to hold his gaze in the hope that it might delay any action against Ishgard. Thank you, Estinian. Come then, Ferlona, let us make haste for Gridania and rendezvous at Nafika's altar. But I neglected to tell you. There is an aetheryte of ancient construction here which should make the return journey rather less arduous. Pray not to forget to use it. I'm way ahead of you, bud. But yeah, that's even the game being like, hey, please attune to the aetheryte. I sincerely hope you have taken Master Alphino's advice concerning the aetheryte. You would not wish to miss the sport of Nidhogg dying to visit us in your absence. Anyway, to Gridania. Where it is raining. Conjurer's Guild, there we go. I sent word to the Elder Seedseer upon arriving in Gridania, and I am pleased to report that she has agreed to grant us an audience. If anyone can help us contact the Twelveswood Mughals, it is she. We are expected at the Lotus Stand. I trust you are familiar with the Conjurer stationed at its entrance? I sure am. The Elder Seedseer awaits you. Pray, follow me. I bid you welcome, friends. The Admiral spoke of having met with you, but 'tis no less a relief to see you safe and hale with mine own eyes. We humbly thank you for agreeing to receive us on such short notice, my lady, and for all you have done for us in our absence. Would that it were solely to express our gratitude that we came to you this day. Alas, the tides of battle yet dictate our comings and goings. Elder Seedseer, we would beg your wisdom in a manner that may finally bring an end to the Dragon Song War. Speak on, friend. We need help with the Mughals. I see. So you seek to meet a means to contact these Mughals of the Turning Mist. Kupo, I say, Kupo! Greetings, Kuplokop. To what do we owe the pleasure of your company? I was struck by the sudden urge to bring you some fruit, Kane, and I'm jolly glad I did. Tell me more about these Mughals in the sky, Kupo. I will gladly tell you all that I know, though it amounts to precious little. We encountered a Mughal high in the clouds of Dravania and had hoped that you and your kin in the Twelveswood might agree to facilitate a meeting. Pray, correct me if I am mistaken, Kuplo, but there are legends, are there not, which speaks of Mughals who dwelled beyond the clouds? Indeed there are, Kupo. Long ago, back when the world was still young, they say my ancestors served the gods up in the heavens. Of course, that was before their masters took to bickering like spoiled children. Ah, yes, the tale of good King Mogomog the 12th. He is revered for holding fast to a rope of miraculous length that his subjects might climb down from the sky and escape to the world below. Ignoring the more fanciful aspects of the tale, it may be that Kuplo's ancestors hailed from the churning mists. Given how long his kin have resided in the Twelveswood, it is perfectly possible that the details of their history have faded into myth. Indeed, Master Alphino, such stories oft contain a measure of truth. 'Tis like the Mughals of the churning mist tell similar tales of the world below. I can well imagine why the one you encountered fled at your approach.
Oh, fleeing's second nature to us. We often hide when the larger races come trampling through the forest. Of course, when there's one Moogle, there's bound to be more.
God, their hands and feet are so small.
Which is why I've decided to take a trip to the clouds, Capo. Surely they won't be afraid to talk to me.
I was hoping you might say that, Master Kuplo. You will accompany us, then?
Just you try and stop me, Kupo. I'll admit, the thought of venturing outside the Twelveswood is a bit unsettling, but I can hardly refuse a chance to meet my distant cousins.
If you will have me, I too will accompany you on this venture, and lend my voice to your cause as an ambassador of Gridania. My lady, are you quite certain? How oft has our nation turned to the signs of the seventh dawn in its hour of need? How oft have we asked the warrior of light to risk her life to save our own? Full many times, I say to you, and never have they refused us. Thus do I choose this day to offer mine aid to our allies for the good of the realm. All of the entourage is like, but... Is this not just? A most unexpected and most welcome offer, Elder Seedseer. We would be honored by your presence. And immediately some of the entourage is like, nope, we're coming with. Pray, return to the summit and inform our companions of these developments. I will serve as the Elder Seedseer's guide on the journey back to Somal. It is a path I have already trodden, and I do not anticipate any great difficulties. Besides, we shall have the Elder Seedseer's personal guard to escort us. Very well. I will see you there, Alfie. Man, this area is fairly nice looking when it's not cloudy as hell. It's Standing and I'm back. You better not have picked any fights. Well met, Warrior of Light. New Dog is not stirred, but he watches us, unblinking. Well, we got help from the Seedseer and a Moogle from the Twelveswood. The Elder Seedseer herself answers your call. Then there's not to do but wait. Do you know where Ysel went? Or do you not care? I don't think you care. They're here, Fernlona. Greetings, my friends. I am happy to report that our journey was mercifully uneventful, devoid as the road was of Dravanians. To it seem the dragons have abandoned Somal for the churning mists. Elder Seedseer, may I present to you Sir Estinian, Ishgard's Azure Dragoon. 'Tis an honor to meet you, Sir Estinian. I have heard many tales of your order's extraordinary skill and courage. Friends, I feel it only right to inform you that we are not alone. The Mughals are all around us even as we speak. I should imagine that they are more than a little concerned by the horde of strangers that have descended upon their home. Mayhap now would be an opportune moment to introduce ourselves. This should serve.
They're hiding, of course, but there's so many of them, Kupo.
I am Kane Senna, and my companions and I have braved the long road from the Twelveswood to share words with you. On this, the occasion of our first meeting, we bring an offering of light and wind. I love the little trumpet, the little horn.
Oh, such a gentle and pleasing glow, Kupo. I am Moglin, chieftain of this Moogle clan.
That's a big Moogle. Chieftain Moglin, it is an honor to meet you.
Greetings, I'm Kuplookup, ambassador of the Twelveswood Moogles. A Moogle from the world below? Your hide is of a different hue, but that palm is unmistakable. I might need a moment here, Kupo.
But yeah, as you can see, there actually are differences between the Twelveswood Moogles and these Turning Mist Moogles. The Twelvewood Moogles have white fur, while the Turning Mists are more of a cream. Twelveswood also have black wings, while the Turning Mist have more pink. And Twelveswood have red palms, while Turning Mist have pink. My companions were no less surprised to learn of your existence here amongst the clouds. I hope they did not startle you overmuch with their eagerness to make your acquaintance. Full well can I imagine your wariness. I am told that men have not walked here nigh on 1,000 winters. Mayhap you will forgive them their forwardness when I unfold to you the grave nature which first brought them into your midst. My companions crave an audience with the great worm Hraesvelgr that they might negotiate an end to the war twixt man and dragon.
An end to the war, you say? I trust you, Kane Senna. The light of peace shines brightly within your soul. But I'm afraid the same cannot be said of your friends. To be plain, we did not hide ourselves because they were the first of your kind to be seen here in 1,000 years. Well, not only because of that. We hid because we smelled dragon blood. These skies are home to many, many dragons. While some crave peace, such as Hraesvelgr, many others crave the opposite, such as Nidhogg. Suffice it to say, we were worried that the presence of your blood-splattered warrior friends would attract the attention of the nastier kind and invite destruction into our happy home. Now, just a moment, Chieftain. For Luna here may have doled out the odd thrashing or two, but it's always been for a really good reason. She's a champion of the Twelveswood Moogles, and I shall not hear her good name slandered. Now, Ambassador, let us not ruffle each other's fur. I shall, of course, take your testimony into consideration. If I may, Chieftain, there is little room for trust twixt strangers. Might we not take this opportunity to learn more of each other? An excellent suggestion, Kupo. In the interest of fostering friendship, and keeping an eye on you, I extend to you the hospitality of Mogholm. Prove yourselves worthy of our assistance, and it will be yours. I shall be watching, Kupo.
My voice. That's a big Moogle. Not as big as that Moogle, but still a big one nonetheless. And he's got a little sword. How do you hold that with your tiny little hands, bud? How do you do that? Like a little baby. I'm hydrating. Thank you, Ghoul. Tell me, in the one down below, do all of your kind look so different from one another? It must be terribly disconcerting. What was it Kuplo Cop called you again? My name is Fernlona Westfalquin. Fernlona? Your names are as odd as your appearance. Have you ever considered a nice Moogle name? Moglin is taken by the by, Kupo. As are Moghan, Mogmug, and Mogwin. These are the names of the 3 wise Moogles who will administer the momentous challenges that I have devised to measure your worth. I call them the Trials of Trustworthiness. Undertake these trials, and we shall soon see whether or not you are worthy of our aid. Well, let's do Moghan, because Moghan's right here. Moghan's trial. Moghan would test your trustworthiness with a trial. Yes, hello, I am Moghan, the foremost alchemist in Mogholm, if you must know. If your tummy's gloopy or your wings are droopy, I've got a potion to fix that. Or I would if I didn't keep running out of ingredients. Luckily, you're here to do my trial. Yes, go forth, mighty adventurer, and mightily pluck 3 sprigs of cloud's breath for me. You'll find it blooming near the entrance to El Tome. It's not the safest of places, so don't let yourself be distracted by the pretty flowers, Capo. Sword stuck some Velcro to his hand. Or stuck some Velcro to the sword in his hand, and the sword held since he can't grasp it otherwise, yeah. Just as their cousins in the 12s would, these Mogholm Moogles excel in the manipulation of ether. There are few who could detect them, even if they chose to not be detected. And yet, so we could, kind of. Now the Elder Seed's here in my life. My duty to protect her surpasses all other concerns. Warrior of Light, we have not spoken since the trouble with good King Mugglemog, and I would prefer my apologies. Had I not been bound by my duty to protect the Elder Seedseer, I would have stood with you against your accusers in Ul'dah. Thanks for the sentiment, I guess. So exceedingly fluffy. Ysael's fallen in love a little bit. And who can blame her? The Moogles are almost always very adorable. I still think the ones from 9 are my favorite, but these ones are very good as well. I'm excited to have relatives in the clouds, Kupo. I did not expect their travels to bring us to a Moogle village. I wonder if there's a similar settlement exists somewhere within 12'swood. Yeah, good question. Where the fuck is Estinian? Did Estinian just leave? Does he want no part of this? Can't exactly blame him. But yeah, I don't know where the hell Estinian is. He's just fucking gone. Anyway, that's one. Yeah, oops, it's midnight. Take it that means you're heading out? Why time like this? I don't know, but it sucks. That is not a sparkly. I thought that was a sparkly. That is definitely not. God, why are you way up here? Oh, hell yeah, that's a good view. It looks great. But yeah, good night, Em. Go get good sleeps. Go take care of yourself. Nope, there's a Stydian. I just missed him. I guess because I was kind of more over here, and so he was perfectly blocked by that. I fear he take these ridiculous flying rodents. Yeah, that's about what I expected. The Stydian hates them, but Ysayle, she loves them. Did you have any trouble finding Cloud's Breath? I do need it quite urgently, you know. Lack of imagination has led to most white flowers found grown in the skybound regions of Dravania and Alabathia to be named after clouds. This light-petaled specimen being no exception. Oh yes, these are perfect, Kupo. Now I have the main ingredient for my palm tonic. Speaking of which, how are you feeling, miss? Should you ever feel your palm losing its bounce, then I'm your Moogle, Kupo. The fuck does that mean? I don't have a palm. There's only one part of me that would breast boobily, but it wouldn't in these clothes, not really. Let's do Mogbug. But yeah, even though, the game doesn't really let me show it, like, at all, unless I'm in, like, the default Rogadin outfit. Because while there is a chest slider for female characters in this game, it's still highly dependent on what, like, chest piece you're wearing. But, Frelona does breast boobedly. She might be my only female OC to do so, because almost all my other female OCs either have average or small. Mug's trial. Yes, you had the pleasure of speaking with Mug. I know, I am the fluffiest, most enchanting creature you have ever laid your eyes upon, Kupo. Well, Ysayle would definitely agree with you. It isn't easy being this adorable. I can barely take a stroll outside without those relentless Dravanians throwing themselves at me. Why, they look as if they might gobble me right up. In any case, fleeing their overbearing adulation is growing a bit tiresome. Your trial, madam, is this. Find these ardent archaeosaurs and slap some manners into them, Kupo. Perhaps a firm smack on the snout will teach them to appreciate my charm from afar. Fine. I mean, we're here to try to make peace with them, but sure, let's just kill some more dragons. It's fine. What's the worst that could happen? Also, those are just fucking T-Rexes. What do you mean? What do you mean dragons? Those are just dinosaurs. Anyway, that's that done. Yeah, also another difference between the Churning Mist Moogles and the 12-Wood Moogles that you can probably see. All the Churning Mist Moogles have Mog in their name, while all of the 12-Wood Moogles, like Kuplokop, are some corruption of Kupo. You're able to humble my Dravanian devotees? Wonderful! You're as capable as I am captivating, Kupo! Still, my precious perfection does not excuse those lads from pursuing me so mercilessly, their tongues lolling and bellies rumbling. The Dravanians and their ilk have much to learn about the acceptable acts of admiration. I don't think they wanted to admire you. Except for within their mouths and their bellies. But, okay, bud. Anyway, Mogwin. Mogwin's the name and art is my game. When it comes to painting, there are none in Mogcom who can match my talent with a brush, Kupo. I know why you have come. Chieftain Moglin has demanded that I test your trustworthiness. But as I trust no one to create art that will satisfy me, I instead charge you with retrieving a masterpiece that I have seemed to have misplaced. It was an ambitious and innovative work, guaranteed to fetch at least 4 Kupo nuts on the open market. You must find it. Question the masses. Surely a pebble painted with such vibrant color and unmistakable panache cannot have escaped the notice of every Moogle in Mogholm. Have you seen a painted rock? Mogwin is missing his masterpiece, Kupo. Oh, you mean that paint-smeared mess of a pebble? I've not seen it recently, a fact for which my eyes are profoundly grateful. I see. There are critics here. Maestro Mogwin has misplaced his masterpiece, Kupo. Oh, happy day. If I am the swifter in finding it, I will soon have a genuine Mogwin for the price of a little perspiration. Honestly, who has 4 Kupo nuts just lying around to spend on such luxuries? And there are some people that do like them. What the fuck kind of name is Mogto? I don't know much about this stone, but I do know Mogwin's been creeping out the back way to Somal Summit from time to time, Kupo. Maybe he left it up there. Maybe he did. God, the sky is so pretty. Again, ignore Nidhogg's base. Look at the rest of this. This is so pretty. It looks so good. Oh, wait. I didn't need to go up. I need to go to you. Well, what did you find out, Kupo? Did you leave it outside? Ah, yes. Yes. Now that you mention it, I do recall leaving my pebble out in the sun to dry. The second part of your trial commences. Go, adventurer, and retrieve my masterpiece before some art-starved admirer sweeps the stone up for himself. Now we go up. It's like Breath of the Wild, stunning views. Ignore Hyrule Castle and all the Guardians. Exactly. Like, look over here. At, like, all this. And it looks great. Less so over there. That's also really pretty. There's a painted stone. There we go. Where's the hole? There's hole. Do you have a Kupo? Is my masterpiece safe? An ordinary rock, awash with extraordinary color. What that color represents, however, you cannot discern from any angle. Yes, this is my work. Isn't that exquisite? I call it Contemplations of Zenith. Thank you, madam. At last I can exchange my art for those delectable Kupo nuts. Chieftain Moglin will hear of this valorous deed. Alright, let's go back to Moglin and see how everyone else has fared. Moglin's judgment. Chieftain Moglin is ready to pass judgment on your trial performance.
Felona, if that is what you insist on calling yourself, you have completed the trials of trustworthiness and administered by the taskmasters Moghad, Mogmug, and Mogwin. During these grueling tests of character, I closely observed your conduct, as well as that of your companions. And I am decided, Kupo. Gather your friends before me now, so that I may not repeat myself needlessly. Hey, Alfie, we're done. Are these trials over, then? My tasks have been little more than household chores. If our hosts elect not to grant their aid after working us like pack chocobos, I shall demand compensation in Kuponuts out of principle. But I hope it will not come to that. Let us hear the chieftain's verdict, shall we? Okay, just a second, nuts. Because there's actually a hunt currency in this game that are supposed to be Kupo nuts, and I'm just like, hey, ignore the fact that I have nearly 4,000 Kupo nuts and could easily bribe this entire place. Now go your trials, Warrior of Light. I myself have been sent on a number of expeditions to go chastise the local dragon population. The new chieftain did not their chieftain wish to avoid inflaming the Dravanians? Such contradictions aside, our hosts seem entranced by the height of my leap. They compare me to Mog, a lance-wielding Moogle warrior of Eld who also favored such attacks. If that's a reference to another Final Fantasy, I don't know what it is. 'Twas meant as a compliment, I expect, but I doubt these prairie lumps could outleap a caracal lamb, much less a dragoon. Conclude your business here with swiftly, Felona. I like not this place. Yeah, I'm gathering that very quickly. Standing here in Mogho, my thoughts turn inevitably to the legend of good King Mogomog XII and his seat in the heavens. Like most, I thought no more of I thought it no more than myth, a story for younglings that grew with the telling. But with every passing moment, I become more certain that we have discovered the origin of the tale. Full eager am I to hear what the chieftain has to say. What sorcery is this, that my heart should stir at a mere fluffiness? Felona, no matter, what is it? Chieftain Moglin has made his decision. Well, let us not keep him waiting then. Did you not have to do trials? Did you just stand here staring at the Moogles? Lucky. We've become such good friends, Kupo. My Moogle cousins love to sing and dance as much as I do. Chieftain Moglin has finally come to a decision, has he? Well, I suppose I'd better flutter over and see him then. All my friends are gone. They vanished into the ether. Now here they are. Never have I seen such determined workers, Kupo. It would have taken us moons to complete all those dreary chores and niggling errands. Ysayle does not care. And have our labors proven the purity of our intentions, Chieftain? Without a doubt. In fact, there's never really all that much doubt to begin with. You were, after all, already friends with a fellow Moogle. But you see, before any meeting with the Praise Ogre could take place, certain preparations needed to be made. And what better way to help you pass the time than by having you perform all the tiresome tasks that no one ever wants to do, Kupo? Oh dear, the horn! Bring out the horn quickly now! This is so tiny in my hands. We blow on this wondrous instrument whenever we wish to speak with the Grey Worm, Kupo. We, haven't perhaps been treating it with the care it deserves of late. and I think Moghan may have sat on it. So we needed some time for cleaning and polishing and straightening. No lasting harm done, though. If you now you simply need to head to Zenith, the worm's dwelling to the west, and give the horn a good toot.
We are in your debt, chieftain. Thanks to your noble gift, we shall finally have a chance to plead our case to Hraesvelgr.
Very possibly, yes, but I wouldn't get my hopes up too high, Kupo. The old worm isn't terribly fond of,
Your concern is appreciated, but I'm quite certain that Hraesvelgr will welcome our overtures. Should we ever arrive at his lair? Come, we have squandered enough time already. Chieftain Moglin, we thank you for your gracious hospitality. Though we must soon take our leave, we pray that we may continue to nurture the shoots of this new-sprung friendship twixt earth and sky.
Of course, Kupo, visit us whenever you wish. Consider Mogholm your home amongst the clouds.
And they're all waving.
Thanks for the help, Kupo. I doubt I would have ever found the time for all those rotten chores. Hey, it wasn't my idea. If the chieftain had spent a little less time sitting about him, a little more time chieftaining, things would have never gotten so messy in the first place. And he was the one who sat on the horn, by the way. But now that all the errands are done and the horn is fixed, now all the errands are done and the horn is fixed, so all's well that ends well. Eh, Kupo?
Leaving Mogholm. Moghan is ready to lead you out of Mogholm.
Well, I expect you're eager to be out on your way. Did I mention your friend was looking for you, Kupo? If not, Alphino is looking for you. I'll be waiting just outside, stretching my wings. Let me know when you're ready to depart.
Once again, Estinian is just fucking gone. It will not be long now, Hraesvelgr.
I cannot wait to tell my kinsmuggles in the Trollswood all about this place. They will be beside themselves with envy, Kupo.
Through our labors, new friendships have blossomed. For this, we must give our thanks. They had the Elder Seedseer scrubbing and sweeping. The Elder Seedseer! I never imagined my duties would include tidying up falling leaves in a Moogle village beyond the clouds. Yeah, it's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, bud. Think of it like that. To the best of my knowledge, we have all that we need for our trip to Zenith, and I believe the Elder Seedseer and her retinue will soon be making the journey back to Gridania. It will be remiss of us, I think, to not convey our gratitude to them prior to going our separate ways. Shall we? Yes, let's go. Alphino, Felona, I do humbly thank you for what has been a most enlightening experience. Were it not for your pioneering spirit, the existence of these Moogles might never have been revealed to us. 'Tis we who should be thankful, Elder Seedseer. Were it not for your timely diplomacy, they would have never chosen to reveal themselves at all. And 'twas your presence, Kuplokop, that ultimately won us our trust. It must have taken great courage to leave the sanctuary of the Twelveswood, and we are exceedingly glad that you did.
It was my pleasure, Kupo. I made so many new friends and have so many fantastic tales to tell my kinsmuggles back home.
And it is to our home that we must now return. May you ever walk in the light of the crystal, my friends. Safe journey, Elder Seedseer. We too must be on our way. Hraesvelgr awaits. Warrior of Light, pray attend closely to your companion, Sir Estinian. Beneath that stoical facade, a storm of anguish ceased unseen. Yeah, I can kind of tell. He's not that stoic. He did get half possessed a little bit. Anyway, here we are. Enough talk. Let us leave this miserable place behind us. The closer we come to Heavensward, the higher my spirits rise. But is it I who am elated? Or Saint Shiva? We have tarried over long. Let us forge ahead as swiftly as we may, lest Ishgard bear the brunt of the Horde's fury. Have you said your goodbyes and dabbed away your tears, Capo? Then we are indeed ready to go. The road to Zenith. Mulcan has volunteered to lead you to Zenith. As Chieftain Moglin has already explained, the shiny instrument we gave you was the best means of grabbing Heavensward's attention. I'll come along and show you the way to Zenith. That's the big palace where you need to blow the horn. Over there. First things first, though, we need to make way for Asa. Oh, and watch out for the rampaging dragons. Maybe that should have been the first thing, Capo. Well, then, let us go ahead. Oh yeah, I may have mentioned this before, maybe not. I don't remember. I have the memory of a goldfish. That's not the right attack. But, so unlike Twitter and Blue Sky and stuff, there are, oftentimes little, like, question prompts to help, you develop, like, your characters. Like, for, 14... and the Warrior of Light, it's often like Warrior of Light question of the day or WOLQOTD. I think that's how spelling works. And obviously more generic ones can be applied to any OC, but I always like looking at them and like thinking about the answers for Frenlona. And one I saw that was a more generic one, it wasn't specifically tied to 14, but it's one that I honestly never really thought about, is, if your character was to be localized into Japanese, what I pronouns would they use? And I'm like, oh, that's actually a really interesting one. Because, for anyone who doesn't know, I know I said, like, yesterday how, like, Japanese doesn't really use, like, gender pronouns. Like, again, there is, like, kare for he and kanajo for her, but you don't really use them. You just use, like, the person's name, and then you can, like, drop it afterwards. I pronouns, instead, is where Japanese goes fucking insane. Sound like a rude boy, Boku, yeah. The histories make no reference to the existence of these ruins. Curious, most curious. Never would I have believed that so much of land lay hid above the clouds. Giovanni, it's not as I imagined it. Do you see that sculpture to the south and west of here? I'm all but certain that it was carved in the likeness of Saint Shiva. And that got me thinking with, like, you know, Frenlona. I'm like, what the hell would she use? Because, like, for example, there's, like, you know, Watashi, which is, you know, the generic standard I. If you were ever learning Japanese, this is going to be the one that you are introduced to first. It's polite and fairly gender neutral, unless you're are in a like casual context, in which case Watashi kind of becomes more feminine, only because in casual context males typically tend to move on to either Boku or Ore, with Boku kind of being the more like younger one. Not that, you know, girls can't use those. There are definitely, especially in like anime and stuff, girls who use Boku, and then if they do, it kind of comes across as like, oh yeah, this is a tomboy. Because they're using a more masculine one, with Ore being the most masculine and honestly a little bit full of themselves and kind of prideful. There is also like Watakushi, which is very polite, also fairly feminine because of how polite it is, because Japan. And I'm like thinking about it, I'm like, okay, in like, because Ferlona is a professional adventurer. She like helps people out and goes adventuring as like her like job. She's done this for years at this point. I've said this before, she knows how to be polite. I think she normally would use Watakushi as her I pronoun. But then I'm like, okay, but what about more like casual context? What the hell would she use? Because like, yeah, there is just simply like Watashi. But I'm also like, that's a little boring because that's like the standard I. And so part of me is like, what if she like flipped it? And when she's being like professional and polite, she uses Watakushi, but then in a more casual one, she uses like fucking Boku or something. Just completely flips. Because like another aspect of her that I haven't really talked about a whole lot is because she is like, you know, a professional, if she's ever like angry or annoyed or whatever, she typically does not show it. So like Amandaline, for example, probably doesn't realize, even outside of his own, you know, obliviousness, that Ferlona gets annoyed with the whole old girl thing. To the point where it's like, if you actually do see her get like being angry or annoyed or whatever, either it means that she has been pushed past the brink and can no longer hold it back, or that she trusts you and considers you a friend, and that she would actually, you know, allow you to see her with those more negative emotions. So yeah, that's another reason why I think like flipping between Watakushi and Boku would be really fucking funny for her. It would also be, you know, like a double take for anybody hearing it for the first time of like, huh? Boku? Boku? Things are a bit bitey for a while there, but I think we've arrived in one piece, Kupo. I always wonder what has the dragon so awfully snappy. I mean, the bad ones are always bad, but they seem worse than usual. Yeah, I wonder why they're more pissed off than usual. It's not like we have their leader's eye on us or anything. Literally. Waiting for the wind to change. Moghand seems fretful about the weather. We may have a small problem, Kupo. When the winds are high like this, Racepoker invariably abandons his lofty perch and heads for the lands below to hunt. If you try to blow the horn now, I doubt he'd hear it. I suggest we stop at the clearing up ahead and rest until the wind dies down. I like how Astindian always takes like a moment to like follow everyone. Like he's like, I want to be in the back of the group. I'm not moving with everyone else. Where have I gone? I've gone past where we need to go. I was just following the path. Too busy looking at the map and the world. The fates make mock of us. To be so close! Now the very elements conspire to delay our meeting with Hreisvelger. I must be patient. Who can say when the weather will turn? I have a mind to make camp.
This should do nicely, Capo. The winds will likely have died down by tomorrow, but until then, we may as well make ourselves comfortable.
If we must interrupt our journey so close to its end, I suppose this is as good a place as any. And mayhap a brief respite from the hardships of the road will help clear our minds in readiness for the coming parley. Very well then, I believe a campfire is in order. Leave the gathering of fuel to me. I acquired a keen nose for firewood during my time in the frozen wastes of Kurthis. Estinian taught you how to gather firewood once, and now you're making that your whole personality, huh? Clear our minds? 'Tis Master Alphino whose mind needs clearing. The thought of meeting a great worm in the flesh has befuddled the boy. Did you see him stroll away as if these ruins were not crawling with deadly beasts? Follow him, Lona, and see that the wildlife does not make a meal of our young friend. We will have the camp ready by the time you return.
Got it. Gotta protect the boy. You know, Estinian may not be as bad as I thought, Capo. Under all those horrid spikes, he actually has a soft spot for his companions. Just a small one, mind. And, oh, don't tell him that I told you, all right?
Master Alphino's artless quest for firewood is like to get him killed. I suggest that you follow after the boy and see that no harm comes to him.
Okay, okay. To the east and west.
Oh, there's Alfie. Leave the firewood to me. Alright, that's west cleared. And now for east. There we go. Look, see, Alfie's fine. He can handle it. Granted, I don't know where he is. I thought he came back already. I see, I was right to worry about the boy's safety. Once Alphino returns with the firewood, we can see about supper. The Ice Queen has filled a pot with what looked like stew ingredients ready for the fire. Good job, Alfie, you did it. Few things compared to the simple pleasure of sitting beside the crackling campfire of one's own making. Huh. So speaks the great explorer. Until recently, you wouldn't have recognized firewood if it came with a kindling and a flint. 'Tis well that you instructed me so patiently then. But yes, left to my own devices, I would have been compelled to signal to Ysail with a pile of damp leaves. I was born the pampered son of a Charlene dignitary, and, alongside my twin, became the youngest student to ever be accepted into the studium. How proud I was to match wits with scholars and philosophers. How ignorant of mine own shortcomings. That hubris invited manipulation and betrayal, and led to the downfall of the Scions. We all of us are guilty of similar ignorance. How many men laid down their lives, never knowing what it is that they fight for, never questioning that which they have been taught to believe. 'Twas only upon meeting Hraesvelgr that I learned the truth hidden within our history. Were it not for that chance encounter, I would have never vowed to tear down the Holy See and expunge the falsehoods with which it fans the flames of conflict. I would have lived and died in ignorance. That the truth has driven me to, that truth has driven me to do terrible things I cannot deny. But I would rather sin in the pursuit of peace than imagine myself virtuous perpetuating a needless war. If this journey has taught me anything, it is the importance and difficulty of holding on to one's convictions in the face of failure, striving always to replace one's ignorance with knowledge. You're well on your way, Master Alphino. At your age, I was but a fool swinging a spear with scarcely a thought in my head. Even now, I struggle to acknowledge the misconceptions under which I have labored. Sitting here amongst these grand ruins, how can I deny that man and dragon once lived in peace? But for all that such an age existed, we are now in a time of war. Nidhogg killed my family, and no quirk of history will exonerate him. I may be ignorant of how the Dragon Song War began, but if we do not put an end to this conflict now, I can say for a certainty that it will only breed more vengeful souls such as mine. And again, this is why I like Estinian so much. Because for as much as I make fun of him and like poke fun of him for being a disagreeable asshole and, you know, being so ready to talk with his lance, he is also perfectly willing to accept that he and the history that he's been taught is wrong. And he even acknowledges of like, yeah, I'm like very angry with Nidhogg and I mostly just want Nidhogg dead. This will also benefit others because it will end the war, but I mostly just want to kill Nidhogg. Like, Estinian falls into those characters that gets like, you know, mistreated, mischaracterized, that's the better one, by the fandom because, you know, he admits that he's not the biggest thinker. And there are multiple points in the story where he will admit if he's like, I don't know what's happening, just point my lance in the right direction. But he's incredibly emotionally intelligent, actually, especially compared to like most other characters of his like. Like, he's not just a brain-dead brute. He's actually weirdly intelligent in other ways. Again, like, emotionally. Yeah, man has his priorities, exactly. In my hands resides the power to vanquish a great worm. If Ishgard's survival rests on me wielding that power, I will slay Nidhogg myself. Orders or no. Estinian, you gave me your word! My word is contingent upon the success of our parley. Show me the strength of your convictions, Lady Iceheart. Convince Hraesvelgr of the righteousness of your cause. Doubt not but that I shall, Dragoon. Well, wind's willing, we shall have our answers on the morrow. Let us sleep now and face our fate with the rising of the sun. it's morning, and it actually is morning in game. Look at that. The time actually worked out. Miracle of miracles. I trust you are well rested, friend Lona. Good. If we are to parley with Hraesvelgr, we shall each have need of the full complement of our wits. We must succeed in winning Hraesvelgr to our cause. Lend me your resolve, Saint Shiva. Whenever you are ready, warrior of light, full eager am I to gaze upon this great worm. Heart of Ice. Moghan is gazing meaningfully at the path to Zenith.
The campfire was so cozy. I must have fallen asleep, Kupo.
But do you feel how the winds have shifted? They will have blown Hraesvelgr back to the skies above Zenith. I'm sure of it. This is your chance to climb to the highest floor of the palace and summon him with a toot on that shiny horn. So, I'll be heading back now, if it's all the same to you. Good luck, Kupo. It was nice knowing you. And off we shall go. Once more, no aetheryte. New location, new aetheryte. Please attune to it so that you can teleport here later. Where are we going? Over here. Yeah, we get to climb up the big statue that we can't see because it's fucking cloudy again! So this is the place. There's time, warrior of light. Lend me your resolve, Saint Shiva. Do I read his text afterwards? Or do I just leave it? I don't know. But this is Hraesvelgr. He's one of the biggest dragons we will see. Yeah, Lord Dorgan.
By the 12. Mine ears hear the tongue of dragons, yet the meaning rings clear within my mind. How can that be?
Hraesvelgr, do you not remember me? 'Twas I whom you found in Dravania. I who glimpsed the truth. The truth about your past. About Shiva. But speak it I must. I have summoned Shiva's soul from the beyond and offered myself as her vessel. 'She has made her heart known to me. 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 'She has
Enya. Lis umways. Anashiesk En eski anshis li
I have surrendered mine to her. Do you not see, my love?
Petting the dragon.
Shiva reborn.
That's one thing I'm doing.
Eskelai forul. Ineshi Kano kisesole. Non shin esh olin. Inesh in eldu olin. I'm for is el mi an il ankin. Lis nesk nedi dranan. Eskian unkin nesh. Ikin monesh
Talking about Bahamut.
Esk esh ed all. Esk esh easy lis nice.
Then the spirit that answered me.
Tene. Esh edi in eski. Non esi somi shisin shi.
Be that as it may, Lord Hraesvelgr, Izel's desire to heal the rift between man and dragon is real, and it has borne us this far. We would spare both our kind and yours the ravages of this senseless war. Pray join your voice to ours in a call for peace and forgiveness.
Ten i el gain. Kalkolesen in. Slosksta ishiste. Stosk in. N asai inos.
God, I really like Hraesvelgr's design. He's so cool. He's so cool.
Teto hamafo. Esk ein isor ul an. Dran il ul esk afashi. Fia ein kinu. Losken stari strari dran. Lar hesne schnell. Tohamaftar. Feskdu for one istrasi. On lis el esta ithon. Sai el if in ned. Or ratatoska. Stray ul mornin. Seski anuman lisna. Kasea. Tjenened el monikel. Eskian. Hesnesh in. Is hesnes in. As list.
Jesus, you can actually hear how angry he is.
Is lufta. Sith stra antu in. Tish an esh el ra.
But yeah, who knew the war between dragons and man is because of man? Whoever would have thought?
Sith moni ratatoska nis eg ed. For always in dar. Kal eikmon thorn en yuin. Ale fe in leita. Workin uskin in. Snowdoan ki uteda maaz mornish.
Your tale bears scant resemblance to the one I was taught. How convenient that it should absolve your kind of all responsibility. But tell me, Dragon, why should I believe your version of events?
Okay, listen, normally you would have a point, Estinian. Like if it's like, you know, one side's a version of events versus the others. Given how the dragons have lived this, I'm more willing to believe them, bud.
Ishgard's so-called heretics.
Sale born I nesh iratatoska kin for elna. Sith is nesh dokin an.
Then, the seed lies within us.
Is ros esh idran. Oloson inizek. Non nish I espdiedran en. Wa ulwa skola es alakin el andranken. Mondo.
So yeah, that's why, if any of you remember the Snowcloak dungeon, and maybe Stone Vigil, I don't remember, how sometimes the heretics will drink dragon's blood and then turn into dragons. That's not something dragon blood can innately do. It's because all of these Elizins that are turning into dragons when drinking blood are descended from the people that ate Ratatoskar. And the latent Ratatoskar essence is then interacting with the dragon's blood, and that's why they transform.
Ye gods, I have borne witness to such a transformation. Looked on as a heretic assumed the shape of a dragon. I imagined it some manner of Dravanian enchantment. But if any Ishgardian, regardless of allegiance, has such potential within them, 12 forgive us. To think of all the dragons we've slain!
War ulmon alaan as drago. Kawol smaim kol thrahal seskmoni se'an in kinizek.
Oft have I wondered why Nidhogg did not simply raze Ishgard to the ground. Now I have my answer. He has no intention of winning the Dragonsong War, for it is no war at all, but vengeance, an eternal requiem sung for his murdered sister.
In ice in drago, ale inia in.
I have not come this far only to admit defeat. We can still return the eye to Nidhogg and beg forgiveness for our ancestors' crimes. Mayhap our words will sway him.
Ja list as an in la tu ole ul in an hers isu.
Alright, I guess that's fair. Our words did not sway you, and Ysayle acted like she was the reincarnation of your dead lover, which honestly kinda cringe, Ysayle. As predicted, Isar's faith in the worm was misplaced, which leaves us with but one recourse. You know I have the right of it, Warrior of Light. What false god is this Shiva? What manner of phantom have I welcomed into my heart? Hraesvelgr was every bit as awe-inspiring as I imagined. His voice fairly dripped with power. The will behind his words so undeniable that it transcended my ignorance of the dragon's tongue. 'Tis but a pity that I misliked what he said. So far did we travel, even unto the very heavens themselves, only to be dismissed like unruly children. And far from mitigating this humiliation, the hidden truths we have learned serve only to prove that our grand mission of peace was destined to fail from the first. Nothing will deter Nidhogg from his course. That's the split? That's what the game considers the split for base Heavensward? Ha! I mean, I guess that makes sense, because although Heavensward goes from 50 to 60, only the last 3, maybe even only the last quest is actually level 60, so it's really 9 levels they have to split. So yeah, partway through level 54 would be the midpoint, huh? However, I am not going to jump right back in to main story, because one, we have a bunch of side quests to do with Bunny. We have all of this area's side quests, of which there are many because the Moogles, the fucking Moogles. But also, there are the ones down here in the Forelands to also do with Bunny. And then in regards to that, so I'm going through Heavensward as a Dragoon because Dragoons are important to the story of Heavensward, and I like doing it as Dragoon. However, also, when I was going through this the first time, I also picked up the Dark Knight and Machinist classes. And I would like to do the first chapters of their job quests before we move on. Because if you look, and I were to look at Tank for Dark Knight, for example, you see how there's 2 Heavensward? That's because all of the classes added in Heavensward start at level 30, 20 levels before the starting level of 50 for Heavensward. So the first part goes from level 30 to level 50, with quests being every 5-ish levels. And then the second part is level 50 to 60. Like, you will see Astrologian, which is the another Heavensward classes like that. And so is Machinist. Eventually they figure out what they wanted to do with job quests and stuff, and have it so that from Stormblood onwards, jobs will only start 10 levels before the minimum thing. So like Stormblood, for example, is level 50 or level 60 to 70, and the classes that were added in Stormblood start at level 50 because 50 is 10 less than 60. Shadowbringers goes from 60 or 70 to 80, and so its classes start at level 60, so on and so forth. Mughals, Koroks, and side quests. Yep. And so yeah, I think I might call this now a tad early, and next time is going to probably be all side quests and job quests. We're going to have to wait a bit before we attempt to kill Nidhogg. But that's fine. Because if it only took me 2 streams to get to the halfway point, it means that this is actually going to be a very short series, and so yeah, why not pad it out with side quests and job quests? Why not? So yeah, let's say goodbye. Yeah. As I go see if there's anyone to raid. God, trying to multitask. I actually don't see anyone to raid, so I guess I'll just end it. But yeah, thank you all so much for coming and hanging out. I hope you have a good night, good evening, whatever time it is for you. I hope you take care of yourselves, and I'll see you all on Sunday for real estate, baby! We finally got it! We have to go through the tutorial first, but it's real estate time! Let's go! It'll be great! It'll be fun! There'll probably be Pocket Circuit and me yelling at the controller because of karaoke and buttons and... yeah. But yeah, bye-bye!